Chapter 4408. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. None of them were weak, so they passed through the cave very quickly. However, they did encounter some demons along the way. These demons were only average in strength. Even without Lin Ling's help, Yu Yu and the rest could deal with them. This also made Lin Ling realize that Yu Yu and Yuer's strength had greatly increased. However, the underground cave extended in all directions. Along the way, Lin Ling and the rest did not seem to have passed through the cave. There's a battle over there. On this day, Lin Ling sensed a completely different battle aura. This aura not only had the aura of demons, but also the aura of many humans. This way, now that Lin Ling also wanted to get out of this cave, he wanted to find someone to lead the way. It seems to be the aura of De Wang and the rest. Following Lin Ling, Sister Cuihua and the rest suddenly exclaimed, "Who's De Wang?" Lin Ling immediately frowned. "Lin Ling, don't you remember? When you were cultivating at Grandpa Kirishin's place, he was in charge of cutting firewood." Sister Cuihua immediately said. After Cuihua mentioned it, Lin Ling had some recollection of it. "Quick, I'm afraid they're in danger." After that, Lin Ling did not waste any more time. He sped up and ran wildly along the cave. At this moment, in the depths of the cave, a large number of demons were besieging a few people. These people were not weak, but there were too many demons around them. In addition, they had been fighting for a long time. So as time passed, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Hee, you must be from the Kirishin." When the demons surrounded the few people, a fat toad man swaggered out of another cave. Cave Master Blood Toad. Seeing the toad man with white liquid all over his body, the surrounding demons laughed. These demons were also very ugly. Some of them were centipede people, spider people, and so on. They were all poisonous. "I want 2 of them." After the fat toad man walked in, he immediately laughed and said, saliva flowing out of his huge mouth, "Old Toad, aren't you being too greedy? There's a total of 7 people, and you've already taken 2 of them. Do you think we don't exist?" However, there were quite a number of cave masters present, so one of them immediately objected. "Peacock Cave Master, out of the 7 people, I only want 2. The other 5 are yours. Am I being greedy?" The toad man was immediately unhappy. "You should know that we have been besieging them for a long time. Although these people are not strong, they are all fighting with their lives on the line. Because of this, many of our people have died." "Bullshit, I've lost a lot of my underlings too. I don't care. I just want 2 of them. I want to use them to refine Yao Dan." A few of the cave masters fought until their faces were flushed red, and their little brothers were also cursing at each other. This allowed the few people who were surrounded in the center to take a short breather, but it was only a short rest. They knew that although these cave masters were fighting, they were also constantly eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. As long as there was even a little bit of it, if they acted rashly, these cave masters would fight against them together. "It's over. The Kirishin wants us to go pick up Sister Cuihua and the others, but we're blocked here. What should we do next? We can't even protect ourselves. How are we going to pick them up?" These few people were talking in low voices, but their expressions were getting worse and worse. "There's no need to fight. These 7 people, give them to our Leigong Palace." However, at this moment, a cold laugh came from within the cave. Then a man walked in with large strides. His aura was magnificent, and with a raise of his hand, those Yao Dan were punched to death. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. From afar, this person could be called an invincible war god. "Who is it?" This sudden change made the few cave masters frown. Suddenly, one of the cave masters looked at the person in disbelief. "It's you." This cave master was naturally the Peacock Cave Master. Seeing Lin Ling again, the Peacock Cave Master's eyes turned red. This was because Lin Ling had snatched his feather plume a long time ago, and then disappeared without a trace. He couldn't find him even after searching the entire cave. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to appear in front of him again. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the flat-feathered chicken." After entering, Lin Ling looked at the Peacock Cave Master and smiled faintly. "Old Kong, who is this person?" At the side, a cave master who looked like a 2-headed turtle shrunk his head and asked. "An enemy," the Peacock Cave Master said coldly. However, Just as he finished speaking, the Toad Cave Master beside him let out a croak and pounced at Lin Ling. This person is not weak. Hee. I want to use him to refine the Yao Dan. When the Toad Cave Master pounced, the surrounding space exploded, and a terrifying Yao Dan exploded. The divine energy was very powerful. The 72 cave masters were formed after tens of millions of years, so each of them was very powerful and dominated a region. Boom! However, in the face of the Toad Cave Master's attack, Lin Ling smiled and threw out a punch. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he could kill these cave masters by relying on the second stage of the fusion talent. Crash! Lin Ling's punch was like a siege car. It directly smashed the Toad Cave Master's head and penetrated his stomach. Croak! A powerful cave master had died here, causing the entire cave to become silent. The Peacock Cave Master's face was filled with disbelief, because although Lin Ling was strong, he was not this ferocious the last time they met. It's Lei Gong. As for the 7 people who were surrounded, they recognized Lin Ling and shouted excitedly. It seems that I have underestimated you. This time, I must use my true strength. The Peacock Cave Master did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. A 7-colored light flashed behind him, and his feathers bloomed like a peacock spreading its tail. It was very beautiful. Stage 3. Facing a mid-stage lower god like the Peacock Cave Master, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate him. He increased his strength again, and the Crimson Sword appeared. It formed a terrifying sea of blood and slashed out. This time, even if you use your full strength, you are still no match for me. The roiling sea of blood was mixed with the terrifying steps of slaughter. In addition to Lin Ling's divine energy and physical strength, it flooded towards the Peacock Cave Master. No, this is impossible. The Peacock Cave Master's pupils trembled violently. When the sea of blood was about to drown him, he felt a terrifying energy surging towards him. It was as though he had seen the nemesis of all demons. At this moment, he was finally sure that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Even if he used his full strength, he was still no match for Lin Ling. One should know that when Lin Ling broke one of his feathers, he did not use his full strength. Therefore, when he was defeated, he was still thinking that the next time he used his full strength, he would make this young man regret it. But now, he was the one who regretted it. Crash! Without any resistance, the Peacock Cave Master fell. Silence! The previously noisy cave was now dead silent. None of the fiendish demons dared to move. Their bodies were trembling. Damn humans, they killed 2 of our cave masters. Kill them. Chapter 4409. You're so noisy, little monkey. At this moment, Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others arrived. Treasure God Nanwufingyu appeared above the cave master's head and slammed his palm down. Whoosh! Like a watermelon being split open, another seemingly invincible cave master fell here. After his head exploded, a foul stench of blood permeated the air. Speaking of which, how long has it been since you guys last bathed? So smelly. Treasure God Nanwufingyu jumped up and dodged the splash of blood energy. Spare me, spare me. Several cave masters were dead, and the remaining lesser demons all knelt down. They were completely terrified. In their minds, cave masters were invincible existences. However, the people who appeared today were each more powerful than the last. They killed their cave masters so easily. This made them realize just how powerful these people were. They were so powerful. Kill them all. However, Lin Ling did not give any face to these man-eating demons. He waved his hand and walked towards the strange man. Lin Ling. Lord Lei Gong. The 7 of them were from the Kirishan side, so they recognized Lin Ling and smiled excitedly. Brother Duwang, Sister Cui Hua, Xiao Nan, and the rest also rushed in. They then looked at the 7 people and laughed. Sister Tsuehua. The 7 of them were relieved when they saw Sister Tsuehua and the others. We were just about to look for you, and you came. That's great, as long as you guys are fine. The honest man called Brother Duwang smiled and said, Grandpa Kirishin was worried about your safety, so he asked us to come and get you. What happened to Grandpa Kirishin? Sister Tsuehua and the others asked immediately. I don't know, but when we left the Kirishin it was chaos. There were experts everywhere, including Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and the Bull Demon from the Bull Demon tribe. There were also some gods who came from nowhere, but they were all very powerful. Are all the top experts there? At this moment, Lin Ling also opened his mouth and said, with so many top experts gathered here, could it be that something attracted them? I heard that there's a divine clock, and it's very powerful. All the gods are fighting for it. Brother Dewang said immediately. Clock. Lin Ling frowned. Although he did not know what clock it was. It must be something extraordinary if all the gods were fighting for it. Bring us there immediately. Lin Ling said immediately. Okay. Dewang and the others nodded. A piece of straw appeared in their hands. The straw seemed to be quite extraordinary. After it landed on the ground, it pointed in a direction. Over here. Afterward, Dewang and the others led Lin Ling and the others forward quickly. Along the way, Dewang said, Grandpa Black God is there alone. I'm afraid that he's in danger. Let's speed up. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. The Kirishin was Lei Gong's good brother. Even if Lei Gong was still alive, he would definitely help the Kirishin. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. The caves extended in all directions and were very chaotic. While Dewang and the others were leading the way, they passed by the territories of a few cave masters. Be careful, everyone. When we came here previously, we almost woke up the cave master. It's said that it's a huge crab and is very powerful. Even Grandpa Kirishin doesn't dare to provoke it. When they arrived at a cave full of water, Dewang slowed down and carefully walked over step by step. This is too slow. Let's rush over. However, Lin Ling was worried about the Kirishin and was not interested in walking slowly. This won't do. Dewang and the others were frightened when they saw Lin Ling being so impulsive. Don't worry, we have many strong people here. We'll kill anyone who stands in our way. Lin Ling said coldly, and looked at Treasure God Namwufingyu and the others. Treasure God Namwufingyu immediately smiled and nodded. Even though the Kirishin were wary of the Crab Cave Master, they had more powerful people here than the Kirishin. When Treasure God Namwufingyu nodded, Lin Ling immediately asked Dewang to lead the way. The latter was so frightened that his face turned pale. He looked helplessly at Sister Tsuehua, and only dared to lead the way after she agreed. Crazy. But even so, while leading the way, he and the other 6 people were still trembling with fear and muttering to themselves. When they sped up, they undoubtedly alarmed the demons in this area. They saw crab-like demons emerging from the puddles on the ground. Kill! Lin Ling roared, and the strong people behind him charged forward, killing all the demons they encountered along the way. Boom! In the end, the most terrifying crab cave lord appeared. It was as huge as a mountain, and its pair of giant pincers seemed to be able to tear apart any realm. Looking at its huge mouth, large amounts of white whiskers were hanging there, proving that it was very old. What little demon dares to disturb my meditation? It let out a low voice that caused a terrifying sound wave storm. I'm Lei Gong. If you dare block my way, I'll kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Without further ado, he attacked. Old crab, I wonder if you're old or I'm older? Treasure God Namwufingyu also attacked. Rolling wind and rain flooded over. Following that, the others attacked one after another, joining forces to suppress the Crab Cave Master. This sudden change caught the Crab Cave Master off guard. What shocked him the most was that there was not a single weakling in this group. They were all strong, incomparably strong. Of course, it was fine if this group was strong, but fucking joining forces. Wait, the Crab Cave Master's shell was very hard, blocking the combined attacks of the group. However, while it looked unharmed, it could not hold on for much longer. Wait your ass! Lin Ling attacked in order to save time. There was no way he could wait. He floated up and slashed out with the heaven-splitting slash. Hualala! The Crab Cave Master, who had endured countless attacks, could not hold on any longer. Its armor completely cracked. Die! The armor had just cracked when Treasure God Namwufingyu attacked. Under the suppression of the divine power, the powerful cave master was killed. The entire battle took a very short time. 3 incense sticks were not even enough. This terrifying change scared Dewang and the others. Their faces were pale, and they could not speak for a long time. Too strong. This is Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling is much stronger than before. If he had not broken his shell, the crab demon would have been able to hold on for a long time. As expected, we worried too much. The 7 whispered, and then led the way again. As for Lin Ling, he collected the treasures left behind by the old crab demon, and immediately set off. He did not expect to reap such a bountiful harvest along the way. Apart from the treasures left behind by the old crab demon, the plume left behind by the peacock cave lord was also extremely valuable. Chapter 44:10. We're here. Here. Lin Ling looked at the setting sun. He could feel a strong demonic aura coming towards him. Rumble. Far away in the sky, there were thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were colorful and domineering. When they landed on the ground, they blasted huge craters in the ground. Looking around, the ground in front of them was full of holes. It was a sorry sight. Master Lei Gong, the Kirishin are in the Western Barren territory. At this time, De Wang shouted anxiously. He had followed the Kirishin here before, so he knew a little about this place. From the looks of it, the battle over there has been going on for a long time. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. He did not need De Wang to lead the way. He had already taken the lead and flew in a certain direction. Amidst the rumbling thunder, he could vaguely hear the sounds of explosions from a great battle. Although Lin Ling could sense the distance, the fact that they could be heard here meant that there was a great battle in the distance. It was intense. Yu and the rest followed behind Lin Ling. Their eyes were focused. They knew that there was going to be a great battle. However, they were also curious about the treasures that the gods were fighting for. With such a fierce battle, the treasures must be extraordinary. Rumble. Not long after he charged forward, a thunderstorm fell from the sky. It was so dense that it was as if it was raining. Looking at the horizon, there were countless lightning snakes shooting down, covering a part of the world. It was a very shocking sight. Everyone go first. I'll block these thunderbolts. Lin Ling rushed into the sky and activated the thunder lock reel form. The white thunderbolts raged out. With the white thunderbolts attracting them, the colorful thunderbolts falling from the sky were also attracted and kept swallowing and spitting towards Lin Ling. Go! Under the ground, Namwufingyu God immediately led the way and rushed forward. Rumble! Although there were still sporadic thunderbolts falling, they obviously could not affect the group anymore. Lin Ling has turned into a thunderball. Little South and Suehua looked back at the same time. When they saw the dazzling thunderball in the sky, they swallowed hard. This was because they could feel that the thunderbolts here were extraordinary. They actually carried a touch of demonic aura. Without the realm of gods, they could not withstand it. However, Lin Ling not only attracted the thunderbolts, but also attracted the thunderbolts that everyone had to bear. Grandpa God, will he be okay? Yu and the rest were worried when they heard the deafening thunderbolts exploding in the sky. This lightning isn't ordinary lightning. It's divine lightning that was triggered when a powerful expert from the era of the gods forcefully took the Ear Ox cave away. After being trapped in the cave for tens of thousands of years, the divine lightning has been demonized. That's why it's so extraordinary. Namwufingyu God. Grandpa God, don't scare us. Yu and the rest were even more worried when they heard this. Haha, but you are underestimating Lin Ling too much. Not only does he have a great talent in the Thunderbolt attribute, his body is also extremely tough. That little bit of demonic thunderbolts can't hurt him. Don't worry. Namwufingyu God laughed loudly. His words made Yu and the rest sigh in relief. However, when they looked back, they were still quite frightened. This was because under the setting sun in the distance, a thunderball that was 10,000 miles wide was suspended in the sky. Bolts of lightning were wreaking havoc in all directions from the thunderball. It was a spectacular sight. As for Lin Ling, they could no longer see him. Everyone, let's speed up. At this time, the giant ghost also said. After a long time, everyone finally rushed out of the thunderstorm area. When they looked back, they saw that the thunderball under the setting sun in the distance was now twice as large as before. Whoosh! Next, the thunderball was forcefully torn apart by a pair of white thunderous arms. A figure with 10 white wings streaked across the sky and dazzlingly shot towards Namwufingyu's group. Lin Ling is out, let's go. Namwufingyu and the rest smiled when they saw this. They knew that Lin Ling was fine. Then, they saw Lin Ling quickly fly over their heads. They quickened their pace and chased after Lin Ling. What a powerful thunderbolt! At this moment in the sky, Lin Ling's body was full of colorful lightning snakes. His hands were behind his back, and there were 2 palm-sized thunderballs in his palms. These 2 thunderballs were incomparably powerful and suppressed the countless demonic thunderbolts from before. However, Lin Ling couldn't refine them and didn't have the time to do so. He just held them like this and wanted to find a place to release them. As for the damage that the demonic thunderbolts brought to Lin Ling, it didn't affect Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's body was strong and he had a lightning talent, it only made Lin Ling feel a slight numbness. Almost there. As he stared ahead, Lin Ling could already roughly see the earth-shattering battle ahead of him. Gods! All of them were God-level experts. Moreover, they all came from different places. There were people from the 4 great deities, people who were the true inheritors of the Miao deity, immortal spirit countries, and even more spirit countries as well as many unknown deities. These experts were crazily clashing against each other, causing the distant heaven and earth to become chaotic. Looking at the center, there was a sacred mountain standing tall on the ground. The sacred mountain emitted a sacred light, and an ancient bell hung on top of it. That's the source of the fight between the gods. Lin Ling's eyes stared at the god bell, but he couldn't see anything because there was a gentle force on the god bell that blocked everything. Why would the god bell appear here? Could it be a treasure that was moved by the gods during the war? But why didn't the demons of the Ear Ox Cave touch the god bell after so many years? Also, the sacred mountain below the god bell gives me a mysterious feeling. Could it be that the god bell is suppressing something? What is it? Countless guesses appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Then, he stared at the battle below the sacred mountain in the distance, because the battle there was the most terrifying one. It was a battle between gods. There were Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and Kirushin, 3 familiar faces. There was also Lord Ning of the Spirit Country, and an unknown old man. At the same time, there was also a huge demon ox. They were divided into 3 camps, and were fighting fiercely. Their goal seemed to be to fight for the god bell. Among these gods, the demon ox was the strongest. At times, he even forced the 4 great gods of the spirit country to join forces. That must be the chief of the demon ox tribe. Lin Ling guessed in his heart. He was very clearly aware that even the current Lin Ling was unable to participate in the war in that world. At most, he only had half a foot of the qualifications to step into it. Chapter 44:11. The battle in that world was also very intense, as if it represented the strongest battle of the present age. Of course, there were also people who tried to rush into the battlefield, but before they could get close, the shockwaves from the battle tore them apart. This meant that not just anyone could lay a finger on that battlefield. Looks like we're too late. What a shocking battle. Lin Ling licked his lips. For some reason, a surge of emotion rose in his heart. The gathering of the strongest gods of the present age. How could he, Lei Gong, be missing? Of course, the battle in the distance was very far away. There was still a long way to go to reach the sacred mountain. At the same time, treasure god Namwufingyu and the others also arrived. When they saw the sensational battle in the distance, they were all shocked. Lin Ling, let's go. Emperor god Zhang Gang also felt a surge of passion. He wanted Lei Gong's hall to join this great battle. How could Lei Gong's hall not be included in the battle of the gods? All right, Lin Ling nodded heavily. He drew a beautiful trajectory in the sky, as he quickly passed through the sky. At this moment, many experts from all over the sacred mountain joined in. They were like dragons crossing the river. However, Lin Ling's aura was the most shocking, and it attracted a lot of attention. Who are those people? What ferocious lightning? Looks like Lei Gong. The thunder god is here as well. Many of the 4 gods recognized Lin Ling, and were shocked. However, in the end, they could only look up at Lin Ling, and watch as Lin Ling flew over their heads. Of course, there were naturally people who wanted to stop Lin Ling. These people came from other places, and didn't know Lin Ling. When they saw a group of suicidal people trying to enter the sacred mountain's ancient lands, they would definitely stop them. However, before they could get close to Lin Ling, the lightning around Lin Ling bloomed and wreaked havoc on them. So strong! Who is this person? The people at the rear no longer dared to obstruct them. They knew that another powerful deity had arrived at the old land of the sacred mountain. Kill! After passing this group of gods, the battle in front of them became more intense. Countless mad bulls were galloping on the ground and in the sky. The gods who were relatively weak were immediately smashed into pieces. However, the deities in this area were obviously much more powerful. They joined forces and blocked the charge of the mad bulls. Roar! However, the flesh and blood of the mad bulls that had been beaten to a pulp began to flow like mud, and they turned into a giant with a bull's head covered in rotten flesh. The giant seemed to have a setting sun on its head. With a roar, endless gales surged out, blowing many experts into dust. His strength had obviously reached the level of a mid-stage low-level deity. Moreover, he was one of the stronger ones. Everyone be careful! Someone let out a loud roar. However, as soon as his voice faded, a huge palm slapped over and forcefully smashed that person into meat paste. He was deader than dead. This person was one of the 8 new deities of the current generation of the 4 great deities. The 8 new deities of the current generation represented the strongest existences among the deities of the trial takers. They were the ultimate combat power. However, they could not withstand a single blow from this giant. This caused the hundreds of people present to stare at the giant with the bull's head. They could not believe their eyes. Other than the 8 new gods, there were also experts from the Spirit Nation, experts from the Immortal Spirit Nation, as well as some unknown experts. However, even though there were many experts present, none of them dared to touch the ferocious ox-headed giant. Mountain! At this moment, an angry roar rang out. A handsome young man floated over. His hands kept dancing, and a large amount of divine energy turned into divine talismans that floated toward the giant with a bull's head. Upon closer inspection, this person's clothes were very strange. His body was covered with divine talismans, and his every movement carried a surge of divine energy. "It's Mitsui!" someone exclaimed. Then he shouted excitedly. After those divine talismans floated out, they landed on the giant with a bull's head like a swarm of locusts. They turned into pieces of soil and sealed the giant with the bull's head, turning it into an ancient mountain that was even bigger than the divine mountain in the distance. This meant that the giant with the bull's head had been defeated by Mitsui. Did you see that? The 4 great deities are still the most powerful. That is the number 1 among the 8 new deities, God Mitsui. An old man from the Jojo void shouted proudly. Looking at the young man floating in the void, his face was cold and indifferent. However, one could still see a hint of pride in his eyes. After all, it was an honor to be able to defeat the giant with a bull's head in front of so many experts. In time, when this matter spread to the Jojo void, Mitsui would be immortalized. Moreover, his name would be like thunder in the ears of the deity nation, and even the deity nation, who did not want to be famous, who did not want to be as famous as the ancient deities. This was probably the dream of every martial artist. How did Mitsui become so powerful? Could it be the inheritance of deities? I heard that he obtained the inheritance of mountains from the inheritance of deities. Among the crowd, a woman frowned and spoke with a hint of jealousy. She was Goddess Luo. Beside her were Sanling and Qing Mo. They were also very jealous. Then they asked Goddess Luo, "Who do you think is more powerful, Mitsui, Young Qilin and Lin Ling?" They were also one of the 8 new deities. Naturally, they did not want to be overtaken by others. As for Young Qilin, he was already famous and powerful. Therefore, they were sincerely convinced by him. As for Lin Ling, they had followed Lin Ling and witnessed how powerful Lin Ling was. Therefore, they were convinced by him. However, it was obviously difficult for them to be convinced by Mitsui. He is not as powerful as Young Qilin and Lin Ling. He is not even as powerful as Lily Empress. I guess he is ranked 4th among the 8 new deities. Goddess Luo said calmly. Bullshit, I think you are just jealous. However, as soon as she said that, one of Mitsui's admirers shouted angrily. Young Qilin and Lin Ling are so powerful. Where are they now? This is the most powerful battle of the gods. Even Lord Eugene and the others are here. However, Where are Lin Ling and the others? Hee. They are not even qualified to participate. That's right. More people from the 4 new deities agreed. To be able to participate in the most powerful battle of the gods was an honor and affirmation for them. If Lei Gong could not participate, it meant that he was not qualified. Words are not proof. I know you won't believe me. However, in the future you will understand. Goddess Luo did not argue because she felt that it was unnecessary. Moreover, she guessed that if Lin Ling was here, he would not have stayed in this circle for long. He would have approached the sacred mountain, because that was the battlefield that belonged to Lin Ling. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the mountain that was still and motionless. Chapter 44:12. Roar. In the shattered mountain, the bull-headed giant appeared again. Its eyes were red, and its aura was even more terrifying than before. Swoosh. It waved its huge arm and grabbed at Mitsui. Its speed was 300,000 worlds speed. Its strength exceeded 2 million worlds power, and it was mixed with a dense demonic aura. It was like the power of a god. Oh no! Mitsui's expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge, so he could only wave his talisman. Boom! The giant arm swept past, and Mitsui turned into dust. However, on the other side, Mitsui appeared strangely. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a talisman that was destroyed. However, before Mitsui could catch his breath, the bull-headed giant waved its arm again. Damn it! Seeing this, Mitsui cursed angrily. Boom! Boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the bull-headed giant swept past 5 talismans in a row. This meant that Mitsui had used 5 talismans to save his life. However, the bull-headed giant did not stop there. It's over. Mitsui is going to die. The faces of those who had cheered for Mitsui earlier were now deathly pale. However, at this moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot over from afar. The ear-piercing sound wave exploded above everyone's heads, causing many people to raise their heads subconsciously. Then, they saw a majestic man with a 5-colored tail of divine lightning. His wings flapped slightly as he quickly flew forward. How majestic! Subconsciously, many people were stunned. On the battlefield of the sacred mountain, only the real strong were qualified to attract everyone's attention. Many people had done so before, but now there was one more person. It's Lin Ling. Looking at the awe-inspiring man, Luoshan and the others had sharp eyes and finally recognized him. Roar. When Lin Ling flew across the sky, the bull-headed giant seemed to have fixed its eyes on Lin Ling. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening cry at Lin Ling. Whoosh! The power of the sound wave blew the clouds in the sky apart. Go to hell! Seeing that the bull-headed giant had attacked, Lin Ling, who did not intend to pay attention to it, changed his direction and pounced on the bull-headed giant. He clenched his right hand, and the 5-colored divine lightning in his palm struck the bull-headed giant's head. The speed of this attack was incomparably fast. It was as if he was killing a fly. This caused the pupils of Mitsui, who had just escaped, to tremble violently. Then he sneered. You overestimate yourself. Although Lin Ling had wiped out thousands of troops in the battle in the Lei Gong Hall, after the event, people knew that Lin Ling's tyranny was only because he relied on his treasures. His strength was also very strong. However, Mitsui thought that was all. Rumble. When Lin Ling's palm touched the bull-headed giant's head, terrifying lightning poured down like water and enveloped the giant's entire body. Then, under thousands of gazes, the bull-headed giant let out a painful groan. Its entire body twitched, and it stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Boom! In the end, the bull-headed giant, which was as tall as the setting sun, exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood rained down like rain. Silence! Suddenly, the surroundings of the ancient sacred mountain and old land fell silent. The experts from all sides looked at Lin Ling, who flew across the sky in disbelief. Their eyes were flickering. After all, not everyone was capable of destroying the Minotaur with a single move. This also meant that another indomitable god had arrived. Moreover, his strength was ranked among the top gods of the current generation. Who is this person? Doubtful voices echoed in the hearts of the people far away. As for the experts near the bull-headed giant, they recognized Lin Ling. However, their bodies were trembling, especially Mitsui. He gritted his teeth and watched Lin Ling leave. He completely understood how big the gap between him and the strongest of the current generation's 8 new gods was. Moreover, Lin Ling left after one move. He did not care about the bull-headed giant at all. His attitude was completely different from before. After all, at that time he was only proud. This also meant that the bull-headed giant was not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. This guy is still as strong as ever. Only Luotian and the others weren't surprised. They already knew that this battlefield didn't belong to Lin Ling. If it wasn't for the bull-headed giant courting death, perhaps Lin Ling wouldn't even bother with him. The truth was indeed so. Lin Ling did not have time to care about the bull-headed giant. His gaze fell on the surroundings of the sacred mountain. This was because he knew that the battlefield of the gods belonged to him. The difference between gods seemed to be only one word. But in fact, it was the difference between heaven and earth. The gods were the kings. Who are you? As Lin Ling got closer and closer to the sacred mountain, a gust of wind rushed up to the sky. The one who attacked was an old man, and his strength was extremely powerful. Legong Lin Ling. Sensing that the gust of wind had turned into a palm that seemed to want to slap him to the ground, Lin Ling growled. Then, the rainbow-colored thunderbolt in his left hand shot out fiercely toward the palm. He sensed that this person's technique was extraordinary. It had a touch of the steps of the gods, and it was related to the wind. This also made Lin Ling suddenly think that this person could be the wind inheritance of the 4 great inheritances of the gods. Previously, he had seen someone use the ancient mountain to seal the bull-headed giant. He also guessed that this power seemed to be related to the mountain inheritance of the 4 great inheritances of the gods. However, that person was not as powerful as the old man who attacked now. Of the 4 great inheritances of the gods, Lin Ling had obtained the fire inheritance. The remaining inheritances were wind, forest, and mountain. Boom! The palm shot out with an earth-shattering force. The palm formed by the gust of wind immediately turned into ashes. Looking down at the ground, an old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he finally muttered to himself, Lord Lei Gong. Clearly Lin Ling's tyrannical attack had thoroughly frightened this old man. This was because this old man was the one who obtained the wind inheritance of the Titanic Crescent god. Back then, the 4 great inheritances of the gods seemed to be controlled by the Kirishin, but in reality, they were all shared by the 4 great gods. In the end, this old man completed a mission and obtained the wind inheritance. Originally, he thought that after obtaining the wind inheritance, he would be a famous character in the 9 continents. If it wasn't for his old age, he could have even become one of the 8 great gods. However, in front of the thunder god, such power was not even worth mentioning. Legong Lin Ling. After Lin Ling's voice floated out, the entire sacred mountain echoed endlessly. It was as if he had rung the bell of the current generation of gods, intimidating all of them. This was because today was the day of the strongest battle between gods. 3 of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents had personally come. Only Lei Gong's Grand Hall was not present. People also thought that after Lei Gong's death, Lei Gong's vitality would be greatly damaged, so it would be impossible for him to participate in this great battle. However, no one expected that Lei Gong's Grand Hall would still come. Moreover, he came under the leadership of the new Lei Gong in a majestic manner. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was Dragon Mother. This stupid ox, what nonsense is he talking about? Longyang didn't expect that the young master would say that she liked Lin Ling in front of him. This made her feel very embarrassed. Stupid? How dare you? However, when the ox demons of the Ox Demon clan heard Lin Ling's words, they were all furious. This damned human actually dared to mock the young master as a stupid cunt. Haha, who is the stupid cunt? Let's see who's the stupid cunt. However, the young master didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled naturally because he didn't know Lin Ling. He only knew that Longyang liked this man. In his opinion, Lin Ling was just like this. How powerful could he be? Young master is mighty. Defeat him, make him kneel down. Seeing that the young master was going to personally take action, the ox demons shouted excitedly. As for the primogenitor and the others, they all sneered. Although Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated, they didn't think that he was a match for the young master. Because they had fought with the latter before, they knew that the young master was extremely powerful. Damned Lin Ling, he stole my panga strike. However, the young master's strength can't be underestimated. After they fight to the death, I'll sit back and enjoy the benefits. There was also a young middle-aged man, who was full of hostility towards Lin Ling. At this moment he was looking at Lin Ling covetously. Li Xiaoyao is getting stronger and stronger. Among the gods now, no one dares to underestimate him. As for the silent Lily Empress, her eyes were cold. Thinking of Lin Ling, who was almost killed by her, and thinking of the current Lei Gong, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Because Li Xiaoyao's growth was too fast. After surpassing her, no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible. It was impossible for her to surpass him again. However, now that Lin Ling was going to fight with the young master of the Ox Demon clan, she was happy to see this. She also hoped that the young master would be able to kill Lin Ling. Under the gazes of a group of strong cultivators, the young clan leader's body shook, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out, like a rolling storm, enveloping him. Then, a pitch-black figure continued to grow taller, reaching a height of 10 meters. This figure was the shadow of the demon ox, because one could see the huge horns on its head. Only the eyes were blood red. This was the ox demon real body. According to legend, this was the bloodline left behind by the 7 saints of ancient times. And the 7 saints were once the kings of all demons. Naturally, his bloodline was no small matter. This young master of the Ox Demon clan is a mid-stage low god, but his demonic body is terrifying. He is comparable to a first-grade mid-god divine embryo, and Lin Ling is only an early-stage low god. Although he has the power to fight those of a higher realm, his opponent is the young master. I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat him. Seeing the terrifying aura gushing out, the faces of the people in the distance turned solemn, because when the young master fought with them before, he didn't burst out with the Ox Demon real body. My son actually used the Ox Demon real body. Could it be that he has encountered a thorny opponent? Looking down at the sacred mountain, the tall Ox Demon clan's patriarch let out a deep voice. He was clearly astonished. Then he suddenly said, "The 4 great gods of the new generation, Lei Gong? It seems that his strength isn't weak. It's a pity that his foundation is too weak. The old Lei Gong is more like it." From his expression, one could see that he wasn't worried about his son. Roar! Almost at the same time, the young master moved. He seemed incomparably tall, but his speed was incomparably fast. He actually reached the speed of 350,000 worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. It should be known that this was the speed of his movement technique, not the speed of his attack. The people simply didn't have time to react. They could only vaguely see a black shadow flashing by. In the previous confrontation, he really didn't use his full strength. Lin Ling looked indifferently. The divine energy in his body also began to surge. In the next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of him. It was as huge as a giant. A huge ox hoof ruthlessly stomped down, as if it wanted to trample 10,000 worlds. This ox hoof was mixed with terrifying divine energy. It had reached the level of 10,000 worlds. Chapter 44:14. Rumble. Astral winds gushed out, forming a huge shadow of a roaring bull in midair. Moreover, when the enormous ox hoof smashed down, it was as if it had sealed the entire world, and it firmly locked onto Lin Ling, causing him to be unable to dodge. His entire body was like a fallen leaf that was swept away by a whirlwind, and he would be torn apart at any moment. At this moment, the primogenitor and the others sneered. Apart from the radiant golden dragon, no one thought that Lin Ling could withstand that heavy stomp. But at this moment Lin Ling finally moved. In his body, the 7 great talents began to fuse and divine energy surged. Now his realm had stabilized in the early stage low god realm, and with the 7 dantians in his body, the upper limit of his strength was very high. Therefore, with the fusion of the 7 great talents, his fleshly body's strength reached 2 million world energy, his divine energy reached 7,000, and his speed was even more terrifying, reaching 40. 10,000 world energy. Even if it was a mid-stage low god, there were only a few people who possessed such speed. After the fusion of the talents, Lin Ling punched towards the sky, forcefully resisting the full-force stomp of the Ox Demon Clan's junior patriarch. At this moment, the entire divine mountain shook, and dust soared into the sky. The junior patriarch also sensed that a terrifying and vigorous energy suddenly surged up from the ground, making him feel that he could not underestimate it. Rumble! The fists and feet madly collided, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. What? Sensing the unstoppable force, the primogenitor and the others' faces changed, because they did not expect that Lin Ling could erupt with such strength, able to resist the junior patriarch. One must know that they were familiar with Lin Ling's strength, so according to their assessment, Lin Ling should not be a match for the junior patriarch. The junior patriarch was a mid-stage low god, while Lin Ling was an early-stage low god. Although both were powerful, the gap between their realms was still there. Rumble! When the strength of the fists and feet reached the peak, they instantly exploded, and a shockwave more magnificent than the setting sun in the sky exploded. Poochie! Poochie! Not to mention the sacred progenitor and other experts, even those low-level gods further away, were instantly turned into ashes under the baptism of that terrifying shockwave. Too strong. It was like a clash between the strongest mid-stage lesser deities. Rumble! At the same time, Lin Ling couldn't control his body and kept sinking. The ground under his feet also rumbled 3 times, as if someone had stomped on it from the sky, and a huge basin appeared. Looking from the sky, the basin was the footprint of a cow's hooves. The cracks were spreading continuously, and Lin Ling was standing in the middle of the basin. However, the young master of the Ox Demon clan wasn't much better off. Struck by the terrifying power, his huge body was sent flying like a kite, somersaulting in the sky a few times before shooting up into the blue dome of heaven, disappearing under the setting sun. Such a change also gave everyone a huge shock, because they also saw that in this terrifying confrontation, it seemed that Lin Ling had gained a greater advantage. However, Lin Ling's strength was only that of an early-stage lesser deity. How could he use such strength to suppress the young master of the Ox Demon clan? The sacred progenitor and the others had their mouths wide open. Lily Empress gritted her teeth. She hadn't seen Lin Ling for a while, and yet his strength had increased again. This made her really unable to understand how Lin Ling cultivated. One must know that in the deity realm, one's progress was the slowest. It was already very good if one could make progress in 10,000 years. Some gods couldn't make any progress in 100,000 years. However, Lin Ling's progress could be counted in single digits, not even 100 years. Son! Among the 4 gods, the Ox Demon clan's patriarch roared, his eyes trembling as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lin Ling is becoming more and more like Lei Gong. Eugene, Titanic Crescent god, and Kirishin had complicated expressions, as if something was stuck in their throats. You were the one who attacked, now it's my turn. At this moment Lin Ling, who was in the basin, raised his head with a contemptuous smile. He stomped his foot on the ground and instantly disappeared from the earth. Rumble! With his stomp, the basin immediately collapsed, and the soil rolled out like waves. The speed was so fast that even the gods would be thrown off their feet. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had disappeared. Apart from the gods below the sacred mountain, no one could see his speed clearly, not even the sacred progenitor and the sacred progenitor. At this moment, under the setting sun, the ox demon stood in the sky, his hooves trembling slightly. Obviously, the punch from before had made his hooves very uncomfortable. However, Lin Ling didn't give him time to recover, and shot towards him with absolute speed. I don't know why you like her, but that's your business. Why are you challenging me? She even dared to spout nonsense in front of me. Let me tell you, she is my enemy. A cold voice seemed to have traveled through the river of time, and landed in the young family leader's ears. At the same time Longyang, who was under the ground, was so angry that she gritted her teeth, because she knew that it was Lin Ling's voice. I don't care so much, because only by defeating you can I get her. The young family leader gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. He roared, 12 ox gods. Moo! Chapter 44:15. He sensed that the young clan leader was still hiding his killer move. The seemingly ordinary horn actually contained the power of the steps of the god. However, Lin Ling's scabbard also had the steps of the god, so he had nothing to fear. Moreover, other than the steps of the god, Lin Ling's other domains were not weak at all. Boom! The horn and the greatsword collided. Divine energy, and the steps of the god collided, creating a dust storm that drowned out the sun in the sky. Whoosh! The next moment, a bullhorn flew out and smashed heavily into the ground, killing several deities. It was as big as a small mountain. This horn was the young clan leader's horn. Get lost! Lin Ling struck while the iron was hot. Without waiting for the young clan leader to counterattack, he slashed out with his greatsword again. Shapeshifting. The junior clan leader couldn't care less about the pain of losing his horn. He roared angrily, and his originally huge body instantly recovered to its original state. However, as soon as he recovered, a terrifying blood sea slash passed over his head, slashing open the dome of heaven. It landed on the highest setting sun in the sky, and then the setting sun appeared. A sword mark appeared. This Lin Ling. This terrifying scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone present. However, after Lin Ling's attack failed, he unleashed his full speed and arrived in front of the young clan leader. His foot swept out like a whip. Bang! The young clan leader crossed his arms and blocked in front of him, but he could not stop Lin Ling's ferocious power. He was kicked to the ground like a cannonball, causing a series of earthquakes. Whoosh! Lin Ling was still chasing after the young clan leader. Bang! 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 On the ground, earth-shattering rumbles could be heard. Everyone could only vaguely see Lin Ling suppressing the young clan leader and beating him up. The young clan leader, who was known for his violence, no longer had any of that. He could only be beaten up like a sandbag. The young clan leader's strength is ranked high among us, but he is being suppressed by Lin Ling. This means that Lin Ling is stronger than us. Even the Netherworld sealer spoke in a low voice when he saw this scene. He recalled the first time he met Lin Ling at the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. At that time, Lin Ling had defeated him, but he believed that his strength had only been suppressed. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have been his match. However, now that he had found a new host body, he could unleash 70% of his strength. However, if he were to face Lin Ling with such strength, he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. With this thought in mind, the primogenitor's expression didn't look any better. At this point, he had to admit that Lin Ling was stronger than him, and not just by a little bit. You want to teach me a lesson? After an unknown amount of time, the violent beating finally came to an end. On the ground, Lin Ling grabbed the young clan leader's neck with one hand and lifted him up high. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at the young clan leader. Your strength. The young clan leader spoke with difficulty. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and one of his horns was cut off. He was in a sorry state. However, at this moment his mind was buzzing. He still couldn't believe that he had lost. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even touch a hair on Lin Ling's head. Thinking that his beloved woman was also looking at him, he felt incomparably humiliated. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and let the peerless beauty see clearly who was the real man. But in the end, the one who lost face was him. Scram! Lin Ling didn't kill the young clan leader because he sensed that the Ox Demon Patriarch was watching him from below the sacred mountain. If Lin Ling made any move, the Ox Demon Patriarch would definitely attack him. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was definitely not the Ox Demon Patriarch's opponent. Lin Ling even knew that the Ox Demon Patriarch hadn't attacked yet because Eugene and the others were holding him back. Otherwise, the Ox Demon Patriarch would have interrupted him. Whoosh! After being thrown by Lin Ling, the young clan leader glided on the ground, leaving a deep trail in the ground before finally crashing into the sacred mountain. The young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan had been completely defeated. Silence. Looking at the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling, the entire battle of the gods fell silent. Lin Ling's move once again proved the might of Lei Gong. Regardless of whether people admitted it or not, they already knew that Lin Ling was qualified to enter the ranks of the four great gods. And this time, he had truly entered the ranks. Lord Lei Gong. Almost at the same time, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others also flew towards Lin Ling. Then, they stood around Lin Ling to show the strength of Hall Lei Gong. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Even Hall Lei Gong didn't dare to underestimate Hall Lei Gong, because Lin Ling alone was already so strong. If Lin Ling was surrounded by fierce generals, Hall Lei Gong would still be as awe-inspiring as it was in the past. I know that there are still people among you who want to kill me. I'll give you a chance. Come and fight me. I'll fight you one-on-one. Lin Ling's gaze shifted as he looked at the primogenitor and the others. Of course, he looked more at the yin-yang middle-aged man and the others. However, the yin-yang middle-aged man and the primogenitor were silent. After witnessing Lin Ling's strength, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. Damn it, especially the yin-yang middle-aged man. He was the most furious because he wanted to snatch back Pangu. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. Since there aren't any, then let me fight you. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling spoke again. His eyes were fixed on one person. This person was someone he had always wanted to kill, but he didn't have the chance. Now he was Lei Gong of Lei Gong's hall. No one would dare to stop him. This person was Luli Empress. The grudge between him and Luli Empress for thousands of generations was finally settled. Lin Ling, you want to fight me? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, Luli Empress spoke calmly. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let her go. In fact, after Lin Ling returned 100 years ago, she knew very well that Lin Ling had always been looking for an opportunity to kill her. However, Eugene had always supported her. Now that Eugene wanted to fight the experts below the Celestial Mountain, he obviously didn't have the chance to help her. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength and status had increased greatly. He might not give face to Eugene. Li Xiaoyao, I didn't think that there would be a day like this. You actually dare to challenge me in front of all the gods. And you're not afraid of anyone. Luli Empress said coldly. Then she smiled faintly. Although all of this surprised me, thinking about it carefully, it's all very normal. Because this is you, Li Xiaoyao, who can make the impossible possible. Tian Liuli, we've known each other for thousands of generations. You're a thorn in my heart. And I believe that I'm a thorn in your heart too. We both want to get rid of each other and complete our hearts of martial arts. Only then can we go further. Lin Ling also spoke. I admit it. Luli Empress nodded. This battle is unavoidable. Let's end it with life and death. Chapter 44:16. Let's begin. Let's begin. Colored Glaze Empress didn't say anything else. Between her and Li Xiaoyao, there was actually no need to say anything more. As soon as she finished speaking, the 6 divine beasts' innate talents were displayed. All of them were powerful divine beasts' innate talents. The most terrifying was her Dantian. The divine energy in her 6 dantians surged. Although they could not fuse together like Lin Ling, they formed a mysterious formation rune. This formation was not a boundary formation, but a combination of divine beast's blood. It was an innate divine fetus body. With the combination of the divine beast's blood, Luli Empress' innate talents were not as powerful as Lin Ling's, but they were not far off. The difference between her and Lin Ling was that one had 6 dantians, while the other had 7 dantians. What a powerful divine energy! Wow! The primogenitors were standing in the distance. When they sensed Luli Empress's divine energy, they were secretly shocked. All along, they had thought that only Lin Ling was powerful in terms of divine energy. But now, it seemed that Luli Empress was not weak at all. We have underestimated him, the Netherworld's demon sealer said. In the previous battle, Luli Empress was not very conspicuous. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Lin Ling, I admit that you are very powerful. But I am confident that I can defeat you. A black lotus appeared beneath the colored glaze female empress's feet. This black lotus was constantly emitting black light, and it actually turned the nearby sky into darkness. In the darkness, she was like a fish in water, and her strength increased slightly. This move should be taught by Eugene. Seeing this, many people muttered to themselves. Now Luli Empress was an early-stage lower god, and Lei Gong Lin Ling was also an early-stage lower god. No one knew who would be more powerful in their battle. Of course, most people were optimistic about Lin Ling crash. At this time, Lily Empress opened her hands. Using her enormous spirit essence, she controlled the black lotus beneath her. The petals of the black lotus began to peel off, but they turned into black lotus flowers that drew a beautiful trajectory and shot towards Lin Ling. Lily Empress was well aware of Lin Ling's abilities. Therefore, she did not display her talent. Instead, she used the mystique that Eugene had taught her. But Lin Ling's complexion didn't change at all. From the endless black lotuses in the distance, he could feel the power of divinity erupting from them. This level of strength was not weak at all. It should be noted that even many mid-stage lower gods might not necessarily possess 6,000 divine energy. Bang bang bang. The endless black lotuses revolved around Lin Ling, forming a world of darkness around him. Among them, the largest black lotus suddenly appeared above Lin Ling's head and ruthlessly pressed down on him. On top of the black lotus, Lily Empress's long robe fluttered in the wind. Her expression was pure and holy, as if she was a bodhisattva. "Come at me," Lin Ling shouted. His left hand shook violently, and he slapped toward the sky. Boom! This slap was mixed with terrifying energy, and it actually caused the black lotus to be unable to smash down. Lotus blooming step by step, Lily Empress's complexion didn't change. Step by step, lotus flowers bloomed under her jade-like feet. It was very beautiful, as if lotuses were blooming with every step she took. And with every step she took, the energy from her divine embryo would be suppressed. Is that all you've got? However, under the huge black lotus, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He could sense that Lily Empress had already activated 7,000 divine energy. Unfortunately, it still couldn't cause any harm to Lin Ling. Scram! Then, Lin Ling's gray robe shook, and the small lotus flowers around him were all sent flying. Then, they exploded in midair and turned into ashes. Only the huge black lotus above Lin Ling's head was still intact. However, people also saw that the huge black lotus didn't seem to be able to pressure Lin Ling at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling pointed his sword, and the sea of blood roiled. Not good. Lily Empress, who was on top of the huge black lotus, was shocked. Although she already knew that Lin Ling was extraordinary, she didn't expect that her full strength couldn't cause any harm to Lin Ling. The gap between them was too big. It was so big that she felt humiliated, as if Lin Ling was pitiful. She was unwilling and angry, because she didn't expect that after killing Li Xiaoyao, she would end up like this. If she had known, she wouldn't have harmed Li Xiaoyao back then. Heavenly Silkworm Divine Thunder. Seeing that the sword of killing intent had pierced through the huge black lotus, the colored glaze Empress let out a low shout. Golden lightning appeared on her body, and turned into a golden silkworm. It was very awe-inspiring. When the silkworm appeared, the sea of blood that was shooting towards Lily Empress paused for a moment. Retreat! Although this pause was very short, in a battle between experts, even if it was less than a 10,000th of a second, it was still a very long time. Therefore, the glazed female empress moved her feet and floated into the distance. However, even though her reaction was very fast, there was still a fierce murderous aura that passed through her temple and left an inch-long sword wound on her cheek. Fresh blood was dripping down from the wound. Soon the colored glaze empress stopped in her tracks. She stretched out her jade-like hand and touched her cheek. Her face was filled with shock and coldness. Li Xiaoyao, although I already knew that you were very strong, I only know how strong you are after fighting with you personally. In the distance, Lin Ling stared at Lily Empress's head, where the silkworm was still roaring. He said calmly, "Perhaps this is our last bond." This was because that silkworm was Lin Ling's innate talent, the heavenly silkworm godly thunderbreaker. Back then, Lily Empress and martial god Qilin worked together to seize everything from Lin Ling, and Lily Empress obtained this innate talent. This innate talent had obviously helped Lily Empress a lot, allowing her to become stronger step by step, and finally become the Empress of the 9 provinces. However, now, this innate talent had been surpassed by the divine fetus. Whether it was Lily Empress or Lin Ling, all that was left were memories. Previously, it was because of the heavenly silkworm godly thunderbreaker that Lin Ling was in a daze. Otherwise, that sword strike would have killed Lily Empress. You're right. Lily Empress nodded. This heavenly silkworm godly thunderbreaker is our shared memory. And you have already killed our memories. Now don't hold back anymore. If you have the chance, you must kill me. And I will do the same. I will. Lin Ling raised his sword. I know that no matter what, I am not your opponent. So for today's battle, I have already prepared a backup plan. Chapter 44:17. Bang! Lily Empress spread open her fingers and suddenly clenched her fist. The sword was in her hand, and she pointed it at Lin Ling. Dual polarity 3 swords. She looked like a goddess as her long skirt danced in the wind. She looked very majestic. What's going on? A human turned into a sword. The primogenitor and the other experts frowned because the sword had been shot out from them. As for Lin Ling, his eyes flickered. He was familiar with the aura emitted by the sword, so he immediately knew that the sword was transformed from a human. It was the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face that he had fought not long ago. This person had turned into a sword to help Lily Empress. Lin Ling had already experienced how powerful this person was. If not for his recent increase in strength, he might not be a match for this person. Help me. However, this was not the end. Lily Empress stretched out her left hand, and the sound of a heartbeat came from afar. It turned into countless sparkling lights and shot toward Lily Empress. When they reached her left hand, they began to quietly condense and turned into a shield half the height of a human. This shield was made of crystal, and a heart was sealed in the center of the shield. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that the heart was beating slowly. Moreover, the invisible ripples that spread out could affect the heartbeat of the gods. Of course, this shield looked holy, but if one carefully sensed it, one would notice that it was emitting an evil aura. This guy is also participating. Lin Ling stared coldly at the shield and knew who had transformed it. Naturally, it was Wuxia. Whether it was Wuxia or the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face, they were all from the spirit kingdom. Lily Empress was also from the spirit kingdom. Therefore, it was normal for the three of them to join forces to kill Lin Ling. What's going on? However, the crowd did not see this change clearly. Instead, they felt that Lily Empress's aura was rising steadily. She actually possessed the strength of a mid-stage low god. They have become so powerful all of a sudden. It feels as though 3 mighty early-stage low gods have fused together. Moreover, any one of these 3 early-stage low gods is only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. In this way, the originally one-sided battle has turned into a twist. Many people whispered and were inexplicably excited. This was because they did not want this battle to end too quickly. They wanted someone to suppress Lin Ling's advancement. Li Xiaoyao, come and fight. With the sword and shield in her hand, Lily Empress's strength had merged with Wuxia's strength. I know that you had a conflict with Lord Yi, But your strength is only on par with Lord Yi. Now that Han Xie and I are here, let's see how you're going to stop us." With a sword in her hand, the colored glaze empress was like a flying immortal, as she tore through the sky at a terrifying speed. The lightning-seeking form. The black and white sword was surrounded by lightning. It was the lightning of the divine realm. And this sword's power of divinity actually reached the rank of 15,000. Even the primogenitors would not dare to easily take on such a sword. Of course, this was to be expected because this was not the divine energy of Lily Empress alone, but the divine energy of three. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the flying sword passed, a loud boom could be heard. Under the ground, the hearts of thousands of deities were beating wildly. Some of the weaker deities even exploded and died. As for the stronger deities, they clutched at their hearts, their expressions extremely unsightly. This was Han Xie's innate gift, which affected millions of beings. Han Xie's innate gift was the heart of God, which was incomparably powerful. However, this kind of heartbeat did not affect Lin Ling much. But this did not mean that he was weak. The combined attack of the three was so terrifying that many people looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know how Lin Ling would deal with it. Lin Ling can't deal with it. Someone suddenly said. It was the underworld demon sealer. 15,000 strands of divine energy. That's only the most basic. The Glaze Empress can still increase her divine energy. Moreover, her defense has also increased. This time, Lin Ling will have a headache. The Sacred Generation Primogenita laughed. Clang! At this time, Lin Ling finally attacked. The blood sea roiled, and a sword shot out from the sea of blood, colliding with Lily Empress's sword. Chi! Chi! Sword tip against sword tip. A terrifying storm was created. Behind Lin Ling was the blood sea storm. Behind Lily Empress was the wind lightning storm. Both of their robes fluttered, and their hair danced wildly. Lose for me. However, Lily Empress's expression was incomparably ferocious. Suddenly, she increased her divine energy, and this power came from Han Xie. At this moment, the divine force in the sword had an additional mysterious force, causing the divine force to reach 18,000 strands. Kacha! Lin Ling's sword was bent. Even if he had the power of 2 million worlds and the fusion of his 7 great dantians, he still couldn't defend against 18,000 strands of godly power. After all, he only had 7,000 divine energy. If not for his strong physique and divine energy, he could not even block 10,000 divine energy. Therefore, his body was constantly pushed back. As for the power of the killing steps, it was blocked by Han Xie's shield. Of course, this was not blocked by Han Xie alone, but by the three of them. The three of them were now as one. Lin Ling can't block it. This tyrannical scene caused the sacred mountain to explode. No one expected Lily Empress to be able to suppress Lin Ling. One had to know that Lin Ling defeated the young master of the Ox Devil tribe. Lin Ling's gray robe should be at its peak state, but he still can't block Lily Empress's sword. Lin Ling is going to lose this battle. And this is a battle to the death. This means that Lin Ling is going to die. Some of the people who hated Lin Ling sneered coldly at this moment. Below the sacred mountain, the gods were still fighting fiercely, but they were also watching Lin Ling's battle. After seeing Lin Ling being suppressed, Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and Kirishin's expressions changed. Although Lin Ling is not on our side, he is still one of the 4 gods of the 9 continents. Eugene, you can't let him die here. Titanic Crescent God suddenly said. Although he did not like Lin Ling, his mission was to fight against the will of the world. In front of the will of the world, Lin Ling was more of a comrade in arms. This was Titanic Crescent God's principle. Back then, when he forced Lei Gong to his death, he also felt terrible. But there was nothing he could do about it since they were on different sides. Lei Gong can't die here. If he falls, it will be a great loss to us. Yushin nodded in agreement. She had the same idea as Titanic Crescent God, which was to focus on the matter, not the person. Tian Liuli stop. Then, she immediately sent a voice transmission. Chapter 44:18. Go to hell. Therefore, not only did her sword not stop, but it also stabbed out crazily. Rumble. Under this sword, even the sky was cut open. It was so terrifying that the combination of wind and thunder stirred up the whole earth, causing countless gods to lose control of their bodies and tumble in the sky like straws. Looking at Lin Ling's sword, it was now bent like a bow and could break at any time. Very strong. The three of them were indeed terrifying when they joined forces. Luli Empress, the most powerful woman in the 9 prefectures void. Wuxia, the former trial taker of the 4 great gods, later became a powerful genius of the spirit nation. The middle-aged man with the yin-yang face was almost invincible among early-stage lower gods. He was an old monster who had cultivated for millions of years. When the 3 of them joined forces, even a mid-stage lower god would have to retreat, not to mention Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao, it's time for our bond to end. At this moment, Luli Empress's eyes were bloodshot. She then looked at the crystal shield in her hand. Wuxia's face had also appeared, and he was also smiling evilly. Boy, my treasure is not so easy to take. As for the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face, at this moment, he was bursting with monstrous killing intent. Not necessarily. But at this moment Lin Ling, who was at a disadvantage, finally broke out a powerful trump card. He held the sword with one hand and raised the other hand high. Then, he looked at the front and slashed down fiercely. This action was very ordinary, even a little ordinary, but it carried a force that surpassed the divine steps. It was like the great Tao of the void of heaven and earth, giving people the feeling that it was the creation of heaven and earth. This was Panga's attack splitting the sky. Lin Ling's physical strength doubled in an instant, and he slashed out fiercely. What's going on? In the eyes of the people, Lin Ling's action was very slow and even looked very ordinary. But for some reason, they had a strange feeling that it was as if the great Tao was simple. The simpler something was, in fact, the more complicated and mysterious it was. Lin Ling, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Luli Empress shouted as she watched Lin Ling's palm descend. Although she was also surprised that Lin Ling still had some tricks up his sleeve, she was confident that no trick would be able to stop the 3 of them. Wuxia, stop him. Lin Ling has diverted a portion of his strength to counterattack. Now is the best time to kill him. The yin-yang sword also let out a fierce roar. And as soon as his voice fell, the crystal shield rose to the sky to block. Crack. However, Lin Ling's palm was even sharper than Tyrannical Song's sword. It was so domineering and powerful. After clashing with the crystal shield, he actually split it apart. Crash. The shield exploded into pieces and blood gushed out. The god's heart also cracked open, and the endless evil energy began to dissipate. Wuxia was completely dead. Almost at the same time, the strike continued to descend, but it shocked Luli Empress and the yin-yang sword's middle-aged man. They were terrified, and even a little panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying move. It seemed to have no divine energy, but it had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Lordy! Luli Empress immediately shouted angrily, and the sword in her hand tried to block the strike. Unfortunately, it was useless. Crack! The dual polarity 3-ask sword was also instantly broken, and a painful voice sounded at the same time. It was the yin-yang sword's voice. Then he roared. Could it be that you have successfully cultivated the divine ability of the stone tablet? He turned into a yin-yang energy, and appeared in front of Luli Empress. His eyes were trembling, and they were filled with disbelief. Lin Ling had only obtained the stone tablet from the iron box not long ago. Generally speaking, it was impossible for him to cultivate such an ancient divine ability. However, Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it, and it was as if he had turned into Pengu. This made the yin-yang sword's middle-aged man explode with anger. This was because such a powerful divine ability should have belonged to him. Swish! However, while he was still in shock, Lin Ling's palm was still falling. It seemed to be very slow, but it carried an ancient rhythm. It was as if a world was suppressing the yin-yang sword's body, making it impossible for him to escape. He could only watch the strike fall. Swish! The yin-yang sword's attack split the yin-yang sword into 2. He was unable to block it, and blood spurted out. Then he fell to the ground and died completely. Bang! 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 At this moment, the hearts of countless people were beating fast, caused by shock. Because Lin Ling's move was too overbearing, and it actually split 3 deities. Swish! The palm began to slash toward Lily Empress, and it fell on her shoulder, causing her to be seriously injured. However, just as it was about to split her in half, suddenly, a palm came and grabbed Lin Ling's palm, preventing him from slashing down. Lin Ling, she is the battle strength of the 9 continents void. She can't die here. The person who appeared next to Lily Empress was Eugene. At this moment, her hand was trembling, because it was very difficult for her to block Lin Ling's move. She realized that the move was not terrifying because of the physical strength, but because of the will, as if it was the will of an ancient deity. Get lost! Lin Ling shouted angrily, but he also realized that Eugene had blocked the heaven-splitting slash. As expected of the strength of a deity, Lin Ling stopped. At this time, the voice of the Titanic Crescent God floated over. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to stop me? Lin Ling had suppressed the grudge for thousands of generations, and now that it was time to end it, how could he let these people interrupt? Lin Ling, this place is not suitable. However, this time, the Kirishin also spoke up because Eugene had asked her for help. After all, Lily Empress was not weak, and should be the main force against the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she could not be killed by Lin Ling. Moreover, Eugene also knew that Lin Ling hated her, and the Titanic Crescent God, and would not give them face unless the Kirishin intervened. Lin Ling, give some face to Brother Lei Gong. In fact, the Kirishin did not want to help, but Eugene and the others had asked for help in the name of the 9 continents void, so he had no choice but to give them face. After all, the 4 deities were originally one, and their target was the will of the world. In order to fight against the will of the world, they could even bear to kill Lei Gong and the others. This showed how determined their target was. Kirishin, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his voice was as deep as thunder. He did not even want to give face to the Kirishin. Unfortunately, the Kirishin had said that their face was above Lei Gong's. Lin Ling had no choice but to give face to Lei Gong. Scram! Lin Ling's right arm shook, and once again injured Lily Empress. He shouted angrily. Thanks. Although Lin Ling's attitude was domineering and arrogant, Eugene did not care at all. She carried Lily Empress and retreated. Chapter 44:19. This matter is indeed a little strange, but I believe that Tian Liuli will give me an explanation. As for her being from the Spirit Nation, I will not believe it no matter what, because I watched her grow up. She is loyal and devoted to the void of the 9 continents. Yes. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Eugene said firmly, Haha, then how do you explain Lei Gong? He was one of the 4 great gods, but what happened in the end? Therefore, there was no need to deceive oneself and others. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly, making Eugene speechless. Because, she said that she watched Lily Empress grow up, and would never betray her. However, Lei Gong was once one of the 4 great gods, so wasn't he also a host of the world will? I know that it is useless to explain, but I believe her. After thinking for a while, Eugene was still firm in her opinion. I know that you and Lily Empress have a fated grudge, but at this time, we should unite against the outside world. If the world will is defeated by us in the future, you don't have to do anything. I will personally deliver Tian Liuli to you. This is my promise. Also, stop trying to sow discord between us. You should focus on the world will, and not choose to fight among yourselves. Of course, no matter how you try to sow discord, I will always believe Tian Liuli. Also, I know why you have become like this. Because of Lei Gong's death, you hate the void of the 9 continents. You hate us, the 4 great gods, so you are venting your anger on us. Yes. After saying this, Eugene brought the heavily injured Lily Empress and flew towards the sacred mountain. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If not for the fact that he was weaker than Eugene, he really wanted to give this idiotic woman 3 slaps. Although among the 4 great gods, only Lin Ling had seen Lily Empress appear in the Spirit Nation. It was obvious that Lily Empress had asked Han Xie and the rest for help. But Eugene still did not believe it. Lin Ling, Lily Empress is Eugene's proudest disciple. It is normal that she does not believe it. In fact, if there is no real evidence, it is also difficult for us to believe it. After all, Luli Empress is one of the strongest gods under the 4 great gods. It is difficult for people to believe that she is from the spirit nation. At this moment, the black deity sent a voice transmission to Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling with a guilty expression, because he knew that if it wasn't for him, Lin Ling would absolutely not let Empress-colored glaze off. Time will reveal a person's heart. Lin Ling did not say anything else. Everything was as Kirishin had said. He had let Luli Empress go because of Lei Gong's death. Lei Gong had done Lin Ling a favor. For this reason, Lin Ling did not hesitate to put aside his personal grudges. This was because Lin Ling believed that if he saw Luli Empress again, no one would be able to stop him from killing Luli Empress unless the experts of the spirit nation were present. Let's go to the sacred mountain. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lin Ling led Lei Gong's experts and flew towards the sacred mountain. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the primogenitors remained silent. Even though they didn't admit it, they had already acknowledged that Lin Ling was above them. Damn it! Even so, they were still cursing in their hearts. Especially the underworld demon sealer. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I had unsealed all my strength, I would not have been humiliated like this and be looked down upon by a junior." One had to know that he came from the underworld and was proud. However, ever since he lost to Lin Ling, he had not won against Lin Ling. This was unforgivable to him. However, the primogenitor had also lost to Lin Ling. When they first entered the Ji Arox cave, Lin Ling had also trampled heavily on the primogenitor's heart. And now, this trampling was even more intense, reaching straight to the primogenitor's dignity. Rumble! At the foot of the sacred mountain, the battle was still ongoing. The strongest gods from all sides were madly clashing. In this group of gods, apart from the Kirishin and the others, Lin Ling only recognized Lord Ning. The other gods were all unfamiliar to him. One of them was an old man covered in lightning. His strength was very terrifying. The lightning around him made Lin Ling feel like he was an intermediate god. An intermediate god, apart from the era of gods, was rarely seen in the current era. Apart from him, there was also an ox giant. His strength was also extremely fierce, but Lin Ling could guess his origin. This should be the Ox Demon clan's patriarch. As for the others, an old man holding a bottle was also very powerful. His origin was unknown. As expected, once the treasure appeared, those hidden old monsters all came to the surface. Lin Ling thought to himself as he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. There were only 5 people following him. They were Treasure God Nanwufingyu, God Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, Young Qilin, and Saint Yi. Treasure God Nanwufingyu, and the other's strength was unquestionable. Young Qilin was the strongest trial taker in Lei Gong's hall back then. His strength was not undeserved. As for Saint Yi, he was the weakest. However, with the divine blade in hand, although he could not compare to a god, he was at least barely qualified to come here. Of course, the experts at the foot of the sacred mountain did not pay attention to Saint Yi. Instead, they were all looking at Lin Ling. After the crazy battle before, they also recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. Although they felt that Lin Ling was still inferior to them, the gap was not that big. At least he was not an ant. Fight, fight, fight. At this moment, the old man with the tyrannical thunder roared and floated up. He raised his palm, and a huge black thunderball condensed. This thunderball was bigger than a mountain and more majestic than the setting sun. Then it slowly pressed down on the ground. This move was so terrifying. Lin Ling's battle before could not compare at all. This was also why others did not dare to come to the foot of the sacred mountain. If outsiders came here, they would be instantly killed. "It's him!" Treasure God Nanwufingyu suddenly exclaimed as he stared at the old man. "Grandpa Treasure God, do you know him?" Seeing the obvious change in Treasure God Nanwufingyu's expression, Lin Ling also asked curiously. Treasure God Nanwufingyu nodded. "This person was very famous back in the era of the gods, but I heard that he was killed during the twilight of the gods. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but his strength is not what it was back then. He must have been seriously injured and his divinity is unstable." Then, seeing that everyone was confused, he immediately said, "His name is Chang Liang. one of the 12 ancestors of the shamans. He's the lightning ancestor. Chi. At this, young Qilin and the others gasped, especially young Qilin. He also came from the era of the gods, and naturally knew what the 12 ancestors of the shamans represented. They were ancient gods that had existed since the Desolation era. According to legend, they had the most ancient bloodline in the void that could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Young Qilin knew very well that if Chong Liang had not been seriously injured, he alone could have slaughtered everyone. Chapter 44:20. Rumble. Just as the enormous ball of lightning was about to descend, the sacred mountain suddenly began to shake. What happened? This change frightened everyone, because the sacred mountain had been calm and motionless since the start of the battle. Dong! Almost at the same time, the ancient bronze bell on the sacred mountain also floated up and hung above the sacred mountain, emitting a heavy bell sound. As soon as the bell sound came out, the blood-colored sun in the sky instantly cracked open and then exploded. The Holding Ear Ox cave also became pitch black. Surging gales whistled in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble. Looking at the lightning ball released by the lightning ancestral shaman, it was blown apart by the gales and turned into ashes. What a terrifying power. With the sacred mountain as the center, the battle that stretched for thousands of miles came to an end. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sacred mountain, their faces full of disbelief. As soon as the sacred bell appeared, the world became silent. This power was indeed tyrannical and divine. Dong! The bell sound began to spread like seawater. Everywhere it passed, everyone felt shocked, as if they wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. It's really a divine tool from the ancient era. Perhaps it's a primal chaos-grade divine tool. This change made Chong Liang the most excited, because relying on the sacred bell's prestige to defeat his shaman thunder, that treasure was definitely extraordinary. It's finally unearthed. This bell has always been hidden in the sacred mountain, and the sacred mountain is so hard that even my horns can't break it open. Only now did it suddenly appear. Could it be that there's some profound mystery behind it? The Ox Demon Clan's patriarch's eyes were burning. Although he was not far from the sacred mountain, he couldn't touch the sacred bell in the slightest. Moreover, he knew that the sacred mountain wasn't left behind in the era of the gods, but in the ancient era. That was because there was an even more terrifying battle between the great gods in the ancient era. It was even more intense than the great war between the eras. The sacred mountain was broken at that time, and it was brought to the Holding Ear Ox cave by the great divine ability of their Ox Demon Clan's ancestor. Afterward, their ancestor disappeared, as if he entered another void. However, before leaving, he told the Ox Demon Clan that the sacred mountain was no small matter, and they must remember not to barge in recklessly. The Ox Demon Clan naturally didn't dare to violate this ancestral teaching. However, too many years had passed, and the Ox Demon Clan had gradually forgotten this ancestral teaching. In their opinion, the sacred mountain in the Holding Ear Ox cave should belong to the Ox Demon Clan. Something's not right. Why did the sacred bell appear when the seal of the Holding Ear Ox cave was about to be lifted? Also, after this group of people came, the divine bell rang. Could it be that the divine bell is related to this group of people? I've heard that in ancient times, after the ancient gods fell, many people were reincarnated. Perhaps the owner of the divine bell was among them. At the very least, it was the descendant of the ancient gods who came here, causing the divine bell to awaken. However, what kind of bell is this divine bell? In a short moment, several thoughts flashed through the head of the Ox Demon Clan. Of course, everyone had their own ulterior motives. The eyes of the Spirit Nation's experts flickered incessantly, and Sir Ning's face was filled with excitement. Before coming here, the great god of the Spirit Nation had said that the Holding Ear Ox cave had countless treasures left behind by the gods, and the most famous one was the sacred bell. However, the great god of the Spirit Nation also said that it was fine if they could obtain the sacred bell, but if they couldn't, then it was fine. The most important thing was the iron box. Now he had obtained the iron box. As for the divine bell user, Lord Ning wanted to take it for himself. Dong! At this time the third bell rang. This last bell was slightly different, as if an elder was chanting in a low voice. Looking at the horizon of the sacred mountain, countless people had a strange feeling. It was a kind of confusion, but also a kind of familiarity. Of course, not everyone had this feeling. Some people weren't affected at all, and Lin Ling was one of them. What's going on? Lin Ling turned around and saw that God Emperor Zhanggang and Giant Ghost were in a daze, especially Shengyi, whose eyes were shining with a strange light. However, the others didn't, such as Grandpa Treasure God, Lin Ling, and even Lin Ling didn't feel anything when he saw Yu and the others in the distance. I'm guessing that those who have this kind of feeling must have seen this bell in their previous life. Even if they haven't seen it, they must have heard of it. Treasure God Nanwufinyu said solemnly, "It's mine." At this time, a god finally made a move. It was an old man with a bottle in his hand. His strength was unparalleled, and he rushed up the sacred mountain. In your dreams. However, how could the other experts let him do as he wished? The second expert to make a move was the Ox Demon Clan's patriarch. Next, Chong Liang also made a move. At a closer look, it wasn't just the gods. Even the gods in the distance were looking over. Then, as if possessed, they all flew towards the sacred mountain. Boom! Boom! As a result, an even more intense battle broke out in order to fight for the god clock. Lei Gong, help us! At this time, Titanic Crescent God also roared, requesting the help of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling obviously wouldn't give him any face, so Kirishin also called for help. All right. Lin Ling didn't care too much, and led the experts towards the sacred mountain. Although he didn't get along with Titanic Crescent God and the others, there were too many experts below the sacred mountain. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't stupid. He knew that Lei Gong's Great Hall wouldn't be able to deal with all of the experts. Only the four gods working together could do so. Die for me. Lin Ling took the lead, and with the tyrannical song in his hand, a sea of blood roiled as he instantly reaped the lives of several ox demons. Behind him, Treasure God Nanwufinyu and the others also arrived. They used all their strength to sweep away the experts in their path. Lin Ling, I'll go fight Sir Ning. Treasure God Nanwufinyu shouted at Lin Ling, and then disappeared. He had a grudge with Sir Ning, so he couldn't care less about the bell. He only wanted to kill Sir Ning. Lin Ling, come quickly. At the waist of the sacred mountain, the battle there was even more terrifying. The gods were crazily clashing, causing the sky to explode and the earth to shatter. However, the sacred mountain was like an iron mountain, and didn't move in the slightest. Little bastard, don't think that just because you're Lei Gong, you're a god. When Lin Ling stepped onto the divine mountain, a god also had his eyes on him. It was a god that Lin Ling had never seen before, but he was very powerful. He had the strength of a peak lesser deity. Lin Ling, I'm here to help you. Seeing this, the young Qilin leaped over and turned into a green-furred Qilin. The moment the wind pearl appeared, it created a storm on the sacred mountain. Die for me. Chapter 44:21. Although the two of them were strong, they were still unable to stop the god. The god revealed his true form, which was a huge black dragon with the body of a dragon god. It was unknown whether he came from the Dragon Valley or not. 5 dragons Dao. Hidden dragons. The black dragon seemed to be overturning the seas and rivers as it circled around the sacred mountain. It opened its mouth and spat out countless black dragons. At the same time, the radiant golden dragon and the others recognized the black dragon and said, "It's him, Imperial Uncle. He disappeared for so long. I didn't expect him to come here. I thought he was dead." The radiant golden dragon said in shock, because the black dragon was the younger brother of the dragon god from the Dragon Valley. Lin Ling, I'm here to help you. Seeing that Lin Ling and the young Qilin were unable to resist, the Steel Slayer god and the giant ghost arrived and joined forces to fight the dragon god. The pressure on Lin Ling and the young Qilin was greatly reduced, and they even showed signs of a counterattack. Lin Ling's group of 4 were the strongest in Lei Gong's hall, and they had extraordinary backgrounds. When they joined forces, their strength was not to be underestimated. Coiling Dragon Eruption. When it saw this, the black dragon that was hovering in midair roared furiously as well. and then it withdrew countless black dragons and allowed them to coil around its body, and it actually transformed into a dragon pool. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the dragon pool was filled with black dragons swimming about, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. "Don't waste time with him. Go to the sacred mountain," Lin Ling said to young Qilin and the others when he saw this scene. This was because he saw countless gods coming from afar, all wanting to snatch the god bell. Looking at the ground, there were countless mad bulls galloping. The descendants of the ox devils had all transformed and were sweeping across the land. The entire sacred mountain was in chaos. It could be said that the gods were going crazy. Therefore, it was not good to waste time with the black dragon. "I got it." At this time, the old man who rushed out first was very close to the bell. Not far behind him, Eugene was not slow either. He was the second to reach the peak of the sacred mountain, followed by the Titanic Crescent god. Unfortunately, they were one step too slow. "There's a cave at the peak of the sacred mountain." After Yushin rushed to the top of the divine mountain, she cried out in surprise. "The cave!" Now, Lin Ling had already rushed to the mountainside with a few people. After hearing that sentence, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had always been curious about the whereabouts of the sword demon's head, but now he had a feeling that it was in the sacred mountain. This also meant that the treasures of the sacred mountain were not related to the sacred bell. The sacred mountain was a world of its own, and there were many treasures inside. "Ignore the cave, get the sacred bell." The Titanic Crescent god also let out a low growl, and his eyes turned red as if he was in a hurry. Hearing that, Eugene, and rushed to the sacred bell. "Haha, you're too late. I've already opened the way out. As long as I get the divine clock, I'll be able to leave with it." The old man, who was closest to the sacred bell, laughed and threw the bottle in his hand at the sacred bell. Then, a terrifying suction force was generated from the bottle. This bottle was obviously an existence that surpassed the innate divine weapon, and it came from the era of gods. "Ha ha ha, the sacred bell is mine." The old man laughed and looked down at the gods below the sacred mountain, as if he was the ruler of the world. Dong! However, when the light from the bottle shrouded the sacred bell, the bell did not move at all. Instead, it let out a majestic chime, as if it was filled with disdain. The chime seemed invisible, but it was mixed with the terrifying power of the sacred stairs. Not only did it shatter the light from the bottle, it also cracked the bottle, and it exploded without any resistance. "What's going on?" the old man exclaimed. But before he could finish his sentence, cracks appeared all over his body. Then, under everyone's gaze, he exploded. Boom! The explosion did not leave behind any flesh or blood, as if it was just a piece of paper. A god had fallen here. One had to know that it was difficult for a god to die. At least in the current era, there was no power that could kill a god in one move. But now a powerful god had died. Not only was he unable to resist, he was even killed by the chime of the sacred bell. Could it be that the sacred bell has an owner? At this moment, whether it was the gods who were fighting on the sacred mountain, or the gods who came from afar, they were all shocked. However, not only were they not afraid, they were even more excited. This was because they had finally witnessed the power of the sacred bell. If they could get their hands on it, they would definitely become an indomitable existence in the 9 continents. As for the power that came from the sacred bell, although they knew that it was terrifying, they had always thought that they were the true owners of the sacred bell, and the sacred bell would never hurt them. Be it humans or gods, their greed was endless, especially when they saw a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Their greed made them lose their cool. "Eugene," Titanic Crescent god shouted. "Use the reverence formula, don't touch the sacred bell." Okay. Although Eugene was afraid of the sacred bell, her goal was the same as Titanic Crescent gods, which was to take revenge on the will of the world. Therefore, in order to become stronger, she was willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 44-22. Tianliuli. Tianliuli. Eugene trembled as she looked down at the spear in her chest. If she remembered correctly, this was the treasure she gave to Tianliuli. It was called the Purgatory Divine Spear, and it was used to break through the defenses of God energy. But now it was being used to kill her. Eugene couldn't accept such a drastic change. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Empress-colored glaze remained emotionless. She raised her right hand, and with the help of Yoshin's reverence formula, she slowly summoned the god clock over. This caused the four gods to curse in anger. Only now did they realize that they had been tricked. Tianlioli, Tianlioli. The Titanic Crescent god and Kirishin had ugly expressions. This was especially true for the Titanic Crescent god. He wanted to slap himself 3 times. He had trusted Lily Empress, and even pleaded with Lin Ling to save Lily Empress. This was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. The Titanic Crescent god was filled with regret. Lioli, I treated you like a daughter. Why? Eugene's mouth was bleeding, but she didn't care about her injuries. She continued to look at Lily Empress. To her, the pain in her heart could never compare to the pain in her body. She had already treated Lily Empress as her successor. She would guide her carefully and treat her as her disciple. There is no reason. It's because I feel that the four gods cannot compare to the spirit nation. The four gods will be destroyed sooner or later. So for my future, I must choose my own path. Lily Empress said expressionlessly. This was a thought that came from the bottom of her heart. She didn't care about the will of the world. She only cared about herself. She was like this when she betrayed Li Xiaoyao. And it was the same now. Lin Ling is right. Eugene gritted her teeth after hearing Lily Empress's merciless words. She knew that she was wrong, very wrong. She should have listened to Lin Ling and trusted Lin Ling. She chose to believe in her own eyes. And the final price she had to pay was to hurt herself. Eugene, don't think too highly of yourself. I know that you've betrayed many people during your growth. This is just a cycle of karma. I'm here to seek justice for those that you've betrayed. The colored glaze Empress said again. She even snorted disdainfully at the end. Of course, she put it nicely, as if she wasn't doing it for herself, but for those who had died at the hands of Eugene. Lily Empress, you're shameless. In the distance, Titanic Crescent god couldn't help but curse. These godly masters had killed many people during their growth. This was unavoidable. However, the glazed Empress used this as an excuse, as if she wanted to seek justice for those people. Yes, every expert has to face countless stepping stones before they grow. In order to become stronger, they have to get rid of those stepping stones. I, Eugene, have killed many people in my life, but I have a clear conscience. Even though I've killed many, I've made up for it even more. During the War of the Gods, I saw my master, senior brother, junior sister, and even my enemies and their friends die at the hands of the will of the world. The only thing I can do is to fight against the will of the world with all my might. Not only did I avenge my enemies, but I also avenge them. Even if they're still alive, I still have the face to face them. At this moment, Yushin spoke in a fierce voice. Excuses. Lily Empress sneered, not caring about Eugene's words at all. Lily Empress, well done. At this moment, Lord Ning's loud laughter could be heard from afar. Hurry up and bring the divine clock over. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a jade plum appeared in his hand. He then threw it out. The jade plum grew bigger and bloomed. 5 figures walked out from it. These 5 people looked exactly the same. They had white hair and white hair, but they had white hair and youthful faces. They held a sword in their hands. The immortal sword was like an otherworldly expert. Supreme God Wu Mei. Kirishin's eyes trembled when he saw the 5, because he recognized them. They were the 5 ancient deities of the 9 continents. However, they didn't care about worldly affairs, and hid near One World Mountain. After a long time, many people forgot about them. It was said that these 5 people were transformed from the 5 roots of the plum blossom. Even their personalities were exactly the same. It was very strange. Even though their strength was only at the level of mid-stage low-level deities, when the 5 of them joined forces, they would even dare to fight a mid-level deity. Help her. After these 5 people appeared, Lord Ning also issued an order. He was currently being blocked by treasure god Nanwufingyu, so he needed the help of these 5 people. Yes, the 5 old men nodded, and immediately flew towards Lily Empress. Damn it. Seeing this, Titanic Crescent God and Kirishin rushed over in a frenzy, wanting to take back the divine clock. Swoosh. However, the 5 old men attacked at the same time. Plum blossoms bloomed, and 5 sword lights mixed with the power of ice and snow flew towards Titanic Crescent God and the others. These 5 swords were sandwiched between the divine stairs. Rumble. Titanic Crescent God and the others could only dodge and watch as Lily Empress left. Lily Empress, you're despicable. How dare you betray us? The experts of the 4 great deities were all cursing. They thought that the 4 great deities would only get the divine clock, but who knew that they would end up helping someone else instead? Eugene, you're so unlucky. Beside Lin Ling, the young Qilin was gloating. Previously, when Eugene interrupted Lin Ling's revenge, the Great Hall of Lei Gong was already unhappy. So when they saw Eugene in such a state, they were naturally happy. After all, Eugene and Titanic Crescent God were the main culprits behind Lei Gong's death. If not for Lei Gong forbidding them from taking revenge, they would have kicked Eugene while he was down. This is the price of being stubborn, Lin Ling said calmly. He did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Yushin. Lin Ling, help me. Lend me your strength. At this time, Sheng Yi suddenly said to Lin Ling and the others. His eyes were fixed on Lily Empress's divine clock. This change shocked Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling immediately asked, Sheng Yi, what's wrong? The divine clock is calling me, but I'm not strong enough to communicate with it. Sheng Yi continued to look at the divine clock and said solemnly, in fact, when I entered the Jier Ox cave, I felt that something was calling me. Boom! Lin Ling and the others felt their hearts explode when they heard this. They knew that the divine clock had always been hidden in the sacred mountain. It had only flown out of the sacred mountain recently. It was very strange. Therefore, many people had their guesses. Could it be that the owner of the divine clock had come and caused the divine clock to awaken? Now that Sheng Yi said this, could it be that Sheng Yi was the reason for awakening the divine clock? Are you sure? Lin Ling immediately asked. Chapter 44-23. What clock is that? Young Qilin asked. After all, Sheng Yi was weak. If he got close to the god clock, he might be killed. It was better to be cautious. Sheng Yi didn't say anything. He continued to look at the god clock, as if he was communicating with it. After a while he said, one of the 12 chaos artifacts, the Donghuang Bell. What? Lin Ling's face changed when he heard Sheng Yi's words. He knew that this was the Donghuang Tai's natal artifact, the Donghuang Bell. We'll help you. Without hesitation, Lin Ling appeared behind Sheng Yi and poured all of his divine energy into his body. I'll help you too. Young Qilin, Zhang Gang, and the giant ghost did the same. They poured all of their energy into Sheng Yi's body. Normally, with Saint Yi's strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand so much Xin Yuan. But what shocked Lin Ling and the others was that after the Xin Yuan surged into Saint Yi's body, it seemed to disappear into a bottomless pit. Something's not right. It seems like Sheng Yi is related to the god clock. Noticing this, Lin Ling and the others were overjoyed. If the Lei Gong Hall obtained the Donghuang Bell, their Lei Gong Hall strength would increase greatly. Sheng Yi could feel the divine energy in his body rumbling. He stared at the god clock in Lily Empress's hand. His eyes flashed and landed on the god clock. Dong. A voice that only he could hear sounded in Sheng Yi's mind. Child, you're finally here. The Donghuang is in trouble. You need to save him. There's no time to lose. An old voice sounded. Sheng Yi had the bloodline of the Donghuang Tai. He had completely awakened the god clock. Almost at the same time, Sheng Yi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. It was as if the Donghuang Tai had descended. What a terrifying aura. Lin Ling and the others stood behind Sheng Gui and were instantly enveloped by an ancient aura, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were the only ones who could sense the domineering aura of the shareholder emperor. The others were still staring at Lily Empress. Their eyes were filled with envy, anger, and excitement. No one was more excited than the experts of the Spirit Nation. Great. Our Spirit Kingdom has one more god. That's great. An old man from the Spirit Kingdom laughed heartily. The deities fought for the bell. Who would have thought that our spirit nation would be the final winner? Haha, interesting. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes also shouted excitedly. Then he looked at the people below the divine mountain mockingly and said, "Ants, hate and envy all you want, but what's the use?" Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, even more laughter came from the spirit kingdom. They looked at the people of the four gods with their noses pointed to the sky with an insufferably arrogant look. These bastards. Even Lord Ning, who had always been calm, smiled faintly. Not only did he not reprimand these experts for not being steady enough, he even laughed with them. This was because he also knew how terrifying this divine bell was. It was a joyous occasion that the spirit nation had obtained it. As for Lily Empress, who had made a great contribution, she also smiled. Although she was now seriously injured, she believed that as long as she returned to the spirit nation, her injuries would definitely recover. Because of her contribution, the spirit nation would reward her greatly, and her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This way, she would also have a chance to defeat Lin Ling. Thinking of this, she could not help but look for Lin Ling among the experts in the mountain. She wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling. However, before she could find Lin Ling, she felt that something was amiss. This was because the divine bell that she was carrying had floated out on its own, and was floating toward the mountainside. Look, the divine bell is floating away. Someone who had been staring at Lily Empress had also noticed this scene. As for the experts of the spirit nation, they were originally laughing loudly. However, they gradually stopped laughing, and all of them maintained their laughing expressions. It was very strange. The divine bell had flown away. What was going on? Impossible, come back, come back. Of course, the most anxious person was Lily Empress. She kept shouting, trying to get the divine bell to fly back. Unfortunately, the divine bell was brought out by Eugene, and she could not get it back. Even if she could, she might not be able to get it back. She could only watch as the divine bell floated further and further away. This made her feel as though she was watching her path to becoming stronger, drifting further and further away. My divine bell. Lily Empress was so angry that her long hair was messed up. She hugged her head with both hands and had a look of disbelief on her face. How could this be? Could it be that the divine bell can't leave the sacred mountain? At the foot of the sacred mountain, the gods were also frowning. This scene was too strange for them. It wasn't easy to get the divine bell, but it actually floated away. Heavens, are you playing with me? Even Lord Ning seemed to have lost his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is this the will of the heavens? The divine bell can't leave the sacred mountain." He could not think of a reason, and could only think of it this way. Ha ha, old friends suffer. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare for treasure god Nanwufingyu. It would be strange if he did not add insult to injury. Boom boom boom. He attacked crazily, beating Lord Ning until he vomited blood, and was forced to retreat. He was in a very sorry state. However, Lord Ning did not care about that humiliation. He continued to stare at the divine bell, as if he was unwilling to part with it. Why? It was obvious that the duck in his mouth had suddenly flown away. This was not a small blow to him. Ha ha ha. Compared to his heartache, the ox demon patriarch was laughing excitedly. The other gods were the same. In their opinion, if the divine bell was ownerless, then they still had a chance to obtain it. There's no reason. However, at this moment, a faint laugh suddenly sounded. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling float out and glance at the gods. He smiled and said, "Because the divine bell belongs to our Lei Gong Hall." Bullshit. Hearing this, countless angry curses sounded at the same time. In their opinion, a mere Lin Ling was not qualified to obtain such a divine bell. After all, even Eugene and the others had failed. Lin Ling, a newly ascended god, was definitely lacking. Lin Ling, I know you're gloating, but laugh at us all you want. You're dreaming if you want to obtain the divine bell. Lord Ning said coldly after taking treasure god Nanwufingyu's attack. He thought that Lin Ling was obviously laughing at them. Is that so? Then take a look at which direction the divine bell is flying towards. Lin Ling did not care about the angry curses of the people, and continued to laugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, many people focused their eyes and blinked continuously. It looks like it's really flying towards Lin Ling. You're seeing things. How is that possible? The divine bell is flying back to the top of the mountain. How can it fly to the top of the mountain? But it does look like it. Give me a slap. I think I'm seeing things. Chapter 44:24. But for Lin Ling, not only did it not seem like an invitation, it seemed like the god bell had taken the initiative to come to him. Moreover, as the god bell got closer and closer, everyone was finally certain that the god bell was flying towards Lin Ling. Oh my god! This scene caused the usually calm Lord Ning to roar. Did that brat really take it? Nan Wufinyu no longer cared about beating Lord Ning. His face was full of shock. Snatch it! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. It was the voice of the black dragon. The voice also caused everyone to react, especially the Ox Demon Tribe's patriarch. At this moment, thick smoke was coming out of his nose as he transformed into a huge mad bull and charged towards Lin Ling. The gods were on the verge of going crazy. All of them had lost their minds. This was because if the god bell returned to the sacred mountain, they subconsciously believed that it would be difficult to snatch it away, and that ordinary people would not be able to obtain it. However, the god bell was flying towards Lin Ling, which meant that anyone could have the chance to obtain it. Moreover, the god bell was at the peak of the mountain, and many people were far away from it. Now that it was flying towards the middle of the mountain, the distance was obviously one step closer. Boom boom boom. Countless gods rushed towards Lin Ling, and a large number of them were experts. This undoubtedly caused the area around Lin Ling to tremble, and even the bare sacred mountain was swaying. Lin Ling, this brat. This terrifying scene caused the Kurishin and the others to jump in fright, because Lin Ling was now surrounded by all the gods. They were afraid that he would be torn apart. These guys have all gone crazy. Looking at God Emperor Zhonggang and the others, cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. Indeed, treasures like the god bell were enough to make people lose their minds. Lin Ling, can Saint Guyi be trusted? The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling nervously. If they couldn't rely on Saint Guyi, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Saint Guyi actually has the confidence to communicate with the god bell. I believe that he will definitely be able to obtain it. Lin Ling was still floating in the air as he said faintly, "That's great." Hearing that, Emperor God Zhonggang and the young Qilin let out a sigh of relief. But I'm not sure if Shengyi, who has the god clock, can stop so many people. However, Lin Ling's following words directly flabbergasted them. What the hell are you doing? Why are you saying this at a time like this? If we can't stop these people, what's the point of obtaining the god clock? Giant Ghost and the others were speechless. I don't know. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He had floated up because he knew that even if he didn't say anything, everyone would notice the change after some time. Therefore, he could only hope that Shengyi would be reliable. Give me the god clock. While Lin Ling and the others were talking, the gods had already arrived. They attacked Lin Ling and the others mercilessly. Given Lin Ling's current state, how could he stop them? Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to stop so many gods. This was especially true for the Ox Demon clan's patriarch, who had transformed into a huge red ox demon. His nostrils spewed fire, and his ears spat thunder. He was extremely terrifying. Wherever he passed, the gods would be crushed and die. Bang! 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 He sprinted madly all the way, as if he was a savage beast from ancient times. We can't stop them. Shengyi, you've put on a good show for us. Seeing that the red ox demon was getting closer and closer, Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. I didn't expect that we would die together. Emperor God Zhonggang waved his chains, ready to fight to the death. Of course, he believed that this was just a last-ditch struggle. Lord Leigong, I'm back. However, at this moment Shengyi, who was among Lin Ling and the others, finally opened his eyes. In his hand was a god clock. His eyes were like lightning, as though the Eastern Emperor had arrived. Shengyi! Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others were overjoyed. However, after Shengyi bowed to Lin Ling, he took a step forward. When he passed by Lin Ling and the others, he gently raised the god clock in his hand. At the same time, the red ox demon arrived, but it was blocked by the god clock. Freeze! Just as the red ox demon crashed into the god clock, a deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire Jier ox cave was shaking. Crack! Then, under countless gazes, the huge red ox demon's horns broke. Like a kite, it flew backward and somersaulted in the sky, disappearing into the distance. What's going on? This terrifying scene caused all the gods who were rushing over to stop in their tracks. Their pupils trembled, and their faces quietly turned pale. The Ox Demon clan's patriarch's strength was obvious to all. It could be said that he was one of the strongest gods present, comparable to Chang Liang. However, not only did his attack fail to kill Lin Ling and the others, but it also broke the ox's horns and disappeared like a bug. If they didn't know about the enmity between the Ox Demon clan's patriarch and Lin Ling, they would have thought that the Ox Demon clan's patriarch was here to make a fool of himself. Lord Lei Gong, I'm glad that I didn't disappoint you. Sheng Yi stood behind the Donghuang bell and said to Lin Ling calmly. Although he had become the Donghuang Tai, in his heart, Lin Ling would always be his lord. Without Lin Ling, Holy Unity Sect wouldn't be where it was today. Very good. Lin Ling instantly smiled while Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others were relieved. Then they all laughed out loud. This was because none of them had expected that the Thunder God Palace would have the last laugh in this battle for the bell. Sheng Yi, who are you? In the distance, Lord Ning stared at Sheng Yi. He knew that even he didn't dare to approach the God Bell. Now that Sheng Yi had taken it, this meant that Sheng Yi wasn't simple. Damn it! Such an expert was actually Lin Ling's subordinate, which made him very jealous. I'm from Lei Gong's Great Hall. Sheng Yi also looked at Lord Ning indifferently. There was no fear in his eyes. Good. Lord Ning nodded heavily and smiled. Lei Gong's Great Hall has declined, and Lin Ling is a new god. There's no future for you to follow him, and you'll never surpass him. Are you willing to accept this? The Spirit Nation had always been recruiting talents in the 9 prefectures. Now that Sheng Yi had taken the God Bell, his future would be extraordinary. Therefore, Lord Ning wanted to recruit Sheng Yi personally. Moreover, he believed that Sheng Yi was a hot-blooded man who didn't want to fall behind others. Especially now that he had obtained the God Bell, he would definitely want to become a god and leave Lei Gong's Great Hall. Chapter 4425. Lord Ning continued. His words made many people realize that Lord Ning had used a psychological attack to make Saint Yi leave the Thunder God Palace and join the Spirit Nation. Lord Ning was indeed astute. However, Lord Ning's words weren't without reason. Humans strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower places. Now that Sheng Yi had obtained the God Clock, his potential was extraordinary. He shouldn't fall behind Lin Ling. Come to our spirit nation. Our spirit nation can make you a god above the saint spirits. Your status won't be lower than mine. Moreover, our spirit nation can give you any treasure you want. It will allow you to be like a fish in water, and increase your strength by another level. Lord Ning licked the fire again, and said with a smile. At this moment, many people began to think that Saint Yi would leave the Lei Gong Hall. Old ghost, you're too cunning. You're trying to trick us from the Lei Gong Hall. Treasure God Nam Wufingyu scolded angrily. Haha, it can't be considered bewitching. Saint Yi has his own thoughts. How could I have bewitched him? I merely gave him a clear path. Lord Ning also felt that Saint Yi had made the best choice. Spirit Nation's God, that sounds good. At this moment, Saint Yi, who had been silent, finally spoke. Not good. Emperor God Zhang Gang's expression changed. Although they had fought side by side with Saint Yi, a person's heart was unpredictable. Now that Saint Yi was not the same as before, betraying the Lei Gong Hall was not impossible. They quickly looked at Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling was silent. This made them even more anxious. Of course, did you agree? That's great. Ha ha ha. The greatest reward of our trip to the Ji Air Ox Cave is to get a fierce general like you to join us. Lord Ning immediately smiled, feeling a little excited. Although he didn't get the God Clock, he got Saint Yi. He had done a great thing for Spirit Nation. Who said I agreed? But at this time, Sheng Yi spoke again. His words stunned everyone in the Spirit Kingdom. Was this Sheng Yi a fool? What did you say? Lord Ning also thought that Saint Yi had lost his mind. How could following Lin Ling compare to becoming a god of Ling Kingdom? I said, when did I agree? Sheng Yi spoke again. I know what you mean and what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me too much. Let me tell you, I will never leave Lei Gong Hall in this life. I was born as a member of Lei Gong Hall, and I will die as a ghost of Lei Gong Hall. Lin Ling will always be my Lord Lei Gong. His voice was calm, but it was powerful. Crazy. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand what kind of charm Lin Ling had to make Saint Yi follow him around like this. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Looking at God Emperor Zhang Gang and the others, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. After that, they looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Lin Ling, could it be that he already knew this would happen? This guy is really calm. God Emperor Zhang Gang couldn't help but admire him. In truth, Lin Ling wasn't surprised by Sheng Yi's decision. He knew the relationship between Sheng Yi and Lei Gong. The latter was like Lei Gong's son, so he definitely wouldn't leave Lei Gong Hall. In addition, Lin Ling had helped Sheng Yi many times. For example, this time, if it wasn't for Lei Gong Hall, Sheng Yi might not have been able to obtain the God Clock. Therefore, Sheng Yi wouldn't leave Lei Gong Hall. I really envy Lin Ling. Many gods looked at Sheng Yi at first, but their gazes eventually landed on Lin Ling. They knew that after Lin Ling obtained Sheng Yi, the Lei Gong Hall would become even stronger. Not only will I not leave Lei Gong Hall, but I will also treat the world consciousness as my enemy for the rest of my life. Sheng Yi spoke again. With a wave of his right hand, the ancient god clock floated up and hung in front of him. You guys have always been curious about what this clock is, right? Today I will tell you. This clock is one of the 12 chaos artifacts of the primordial era. It's called the Eastern Emperor Clock, and it was the treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Sheng Yi looked down on the crowd as he spoke. The Eastern Emperor Clock, that's the Eastern Emperor Clock. The crowd was shocked, envious and fearful at the same time. They were envious because Saint Yi had obtained such a great treasure, but they were fearful because Saint Yi's strength had soared to the heavens after obtaining such a great treasure. He was now comparable to the four gods. In the past, this clock was the strongest of the 12 chaos artifacts. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. In order to show you how strong it is, I will show you part of it. Sheng Yi said, That's not necessary. We already know how strong it is. Hearing that, Lord Ning took a step back as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That's right, that's right. Senior Shengyi, we can just look at it from afar. The other gods also took a step back, fear written all over their faces. Even the gods were no exception. They all had a feeling that if Shengyi activated the clock, the consequences would be unimaginable. What if I insist on activating the clock? However, Shengyi continued in a cold voice. How dare you? Seeing how overbearing Shengyi was, the experts of the spiritual kingdom couldn't help but roar. Although Sage Guiyi was a nameless existence who had risen to the heavens in a single bound, they were only afraid of the divine bell, not Sage Guiyi. Now that Shengyi was determined to activate the god clock, he was being shameless. There's nothing to be afraid of, Shengyi said calmly. His eyebrows twitched, and the god clock in front of him began to vibrate. Dong! Following that, a destructive sound rang out. Time seemed to have stopped, and no one could move. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they didn't see any power coming. However, they had a strange feeling. It was a power that could destroy everything, and it was like a tidal wave. It spread out from the mountainside. Not good. The expressions of the gods changed. They used all their strength to activate the divine stairs and retreat. They could barely escape, but the gods couldn't. They were frozen on the ground, and when the sound of the clock passed through them, it was as if an ancient power had destroyed everything. Whoosh! They trembled slightly, and then their bodies scattered like ashes, drifting away with the wind. The gods disappeared in an instant, leaving behind endless ashes. The divine mountain suddenly looked like the underworld mountain. At the foot of the divine mountain, the gods who wanted to rush forward all stopped in their tracks. Their mouths were wide open, and their bodies were trembling. Even the primogenitors of the underworld and the demon sealer were shocked. To them, this treasure from the Eastern Emperor Tai was too terrifying. His Majesty Lei Gong is going to rise. Such a terrifying god, and Lin Ling is his master. Oh my god! That's right, that's right. Shengyi is 10 times stronger than Lin Ling. Why is he willing to be under Lin Ling? Chapter 44-26. This is so infuriating. As for Lord Ning, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The usually calm him had suffered too many blows today, especially when he saw that more than half of the spiritual nation's experts were dead or injured. He knew that the spiritual nation had lost everything today. Lord Lei Gong, is this enough? At this moment, Shengyi turned to look at Lin Ling, and asked with a smile. Although his aura was different now, his attitude towards Lin Ling was still the same as before. Yes, Lin Ling was also pleased and nodded lightly. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong, for the compliment. Shengyi smiled emotionally. All this time, Lin Ling had been helping him. However, he hated that he wasn't strong enough and couldn't contribute at critical moments. Now he could finally play his role. One had to know that when the Thunder Lord was forced to his death, Lin Ling was the only one in the entire Thunder Lord Hall who had fought against the 4 gods. This was a thorn in his heart. He hated that he couldn't save Lei Gong. Therefore, he made up for what he couldn't do back then on Lin Ling. This was also to repay the kindness of the previous generation's Lei Gong. However, Lord Lei Gong, there is one more thing that I must do. Putting away his thoughts, Saint Yi suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly had a feeling that Shengyi was about to leave. He smiled and said, "Speak. Because of the god clock, I must complete a task. When that task is over, I will return. However, before that, I will help Lord Lei Gong capture the enemy." Shengyi bowed slightly and looked at the peak of the sacred mountain. His gaze fell on a woman, and she was precisely the colored glaze Great Empress. Seeing Shengyi's gaze, Lily Empress trembled. She knew that something bad was about to happen. Lord Ning, help me. Now that she was heavily injured, how could she block Saint Yi? Hearing this, Lord Ning frowned and floated towards Lily Empress. The latter was a rare powerhouse. Naturally, he couldn't hand her over to Lin Ling. Dong. However, as soon as he moved, an ancient power arrived, suppressing downwards, trapping him within the divine bell. What? Lord Ning's complexion changed. Then he erupted with his full strength and struck out again and again. However, the divine bell continued to rumble, as steady as a mountain. This kind of change also shocked everyone to the core. What a terrifying Donghuang bell. One had to know that Saint Yi did not possess such strength in the past. But now, sealing Lord Ning was as easy as lifting a finger. This was truly reaching the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, they didn't know that if it wasn't for Saint Yi's low cultivation base, he wouldn't have been able to unleash the power of the Donghuang bell. Otherwise, Lord Ning would already be dead. After Lord Ning was trapped, only the 5 Mei Supreme Gods were left. However, the 5 of them remained motionless. Obviously, they only obeyed Lord Ning. The life and death of others had nothing to do with them. I didn't expect that the biggest winner of this sacred mountain would be this junior. Since he could obtain the Donghuang bell, he must be of the bloodline of the Donghuang Tai. In the distance, Chang Liang wanted to sneak an attack on Saint Yi, but he suppressed that thought in the end. He knew that with his current strength, he might not be able to hurt Saint Yi. After all, the Donghuang bell not only had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, it also had a super strong defense. At this moment, the sacred mountain was silent. Countless eyes were on Lily Empress. Lily Empress's face was pale. She finally understood the feeling of being isolated. Lord Eugene, save me. Suddenly, she looked at Eugene and flew over with difficulty. Sigh. Eugene sighed. She had a complicated expression. Although Lily Empress had sneaked an attack on her, she felt that Lily Empress had been momentarily blinded. Perhaps this wasn't Lily Empress's own thoughts. Perhaps she was forced to do it. I've already helped you once. The second time will be very difficult. Eugene said plainly, shaking her head. The second time won't be difficult. But at this moment, Lily Empress's pitiful expression changed instantly. She became ferocious. She didn't know where she came from, but she rushed in front of Eugene. She controlled Eugene with her divine energy and sealed Eugene. If it was in the past, Lily Empress wouldn't have been able to subdue Eugene. However, Eugene had used all her strength to summon the God Bell, and was attacked by Lily Empress. Now she was completely helpless. Tianliu, after being captured, Eugene was furious. She almost believed Lily Empress. Damn it. Shut up. Lily Empress's expression was ferocious. Then, she looked at Lin Ling angrily and said, Lin Ling, come and kill me if you can. Let me tell you, before you kill me, I'll make Eugene die with me. Haha, you're all the 4 great gods. Let's see if you dare to do it. Obviously, she wanted to use Eugene to threaten Lin Ling and escape from this life and death crisis. She believed that after surviving a great disaster, there would be good fortune in the future. After escaping this time, she would definitely be able to make a comeback. Ha ha ha. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ling was already laughing loudly. Furthermore, his laughter was very maniacal and wanton. The entire sacred mountain was filled with Lin Ling's laughter. His laughter shook the entire area. What are you laughing at? For some reason, that laughter made Lily Empress feel as if Li Xiaoyao was laughing. At this moment, she was inexplicably panicking. I'm laughing at how silly you are. After Lin Ling finished laughing, he suddenly looked at Lily Empress and said, Don't you know who forced Lei Gong to his death? Do you think I'll care if you use Eugene to threaten me? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lily Empress's eyes trembled. That's right. Eugene and Titanic Crescent God were the murderers who forced Lei Gong to his death. Although Lei Gong didn't allow Lin Ling to take revenge, Lin Ling definitely hated Eugene. Therefore, he couldn't wait for Eugene to die. Why would he care about Eugene? Kill. Why wouldn't I? At this time, Lin Ling said again, If you kill Eugene, I'll have to thank you. Lin Ling, you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Eugene was quite angry. Shut up. However, Lin Ling angrily scolded. Are you an idiot? I already said that Lily Empress was from Ling Kingdom, but you didn't believe me. You even said that you believed in your own judgment. What judgment do you have? Also, you said that I wanted to kill Lily Empress because of Lei Gong's death. That caused me to lose my mind. Now that you've regained your rationality and calmness, please take a look at the person who's threatening you. I've seen idiotic women before, but this is the first time I've seen one as idiotic as you. Moreover, you're a god my ass. Lin Ling scolded back, all the depression he felt after Lei Gong's death. Well said. In Lei Gong's great hall, everyone felt refreshed. They hated Eugene to the core. Me. Eugene's face turned green and white after being scolded by Lin Ling. Thinking about what she said to Lin Ling, she felt extremely ashamed. Saint Guy, bring Lily Empress to me. Lin Ling ignored Eugene and ordered Saint Guy. Chapter 44:27. Lin Ling, don't be rash. Lily Empress panicked, but Sheng Yi did not care. He controlled the god bell and slammed it into Lily Empress. Boom. Lily Empress could only use Eugene as a shield, but she was still spitting out blood. Eugene was in an even worse state. She was originally a peerless beauty, but now her hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. She was already injured, and now that she received such a heavy blow, she was even more injured. Sheng Yi did not care so much. He controlled the god bell and slammed it into Eugene. He was clearly using his position to avenge his personal grudge. Eugene, how pitiful. The people in the distance were muttering to themselves. They never thought that the 4 great gods of the 9 continents would only have such a day. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling, that's enough. Although I know that you hate Eugene, we are facing a great enemy. If Eugene is injured, the Ling nation will benefit. No one knew how many times Yushin had been bumped into. Finally a voice rang out. It was Black God. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling with a troubled expression. It's not my fault. I only wanted to capture Lily Empress. Lily Empress used Eugene as a shield. If you want to blame someone, blame Lily Empress. This time, Lin Ling did not give Kirishin any face. In his heart, he really wanted Eugene dead. He had already sworn that someone would take revenge for Lei Gong. These 2 people were Eugene and Titanic Crescent God. As long as the 2 of them were dead, Lin Ling would let the others go. Lin Ling, you are ruthless. Lily Empress saw that Lin Ling was not going to show any mercy. She finally let go of Eugene, because she knew that using Eugene as a threat was useless. However, it was clearly a little too late to release Yushin now. This was because Yoshin's injuries couldn't get any worse. Her face was bruised and swollen, and many of her teeth were broken. She no longer had the dignity of a god. You are finally willing to let her go? It seems like my plan worked. However, Eugene, who was about to faint, heard Lin Ling's voice. It was as if Lin Ling had been tricking Lily Empress. He said that he did not care about Eugene's life and death, but in reality he cared. Of course, Yushin didn't know if Lin Ling really cared. He didn't care at all. The so-called stratagem was nothing but a fart. You are ruthless. Yushin spat out a mouthful of blood, and eventually fainted. The black deity and the others caught her and smiled bitterly. They did not expect the juniors from back then to be so powerful that they could even make a god suffer a loss. Li Xiaoyao, you don't have to catch me. I will go with you. Looking at the glazed empress, she seemed to know that her calamity was near, so she gave up on resisting. In fact, she didn't have any means to resist. She then walked towards Lin Ling from the sacred mountain. Lin Ling looked at Lily Empress with a complicated expression. He did not know why, but at this moment, he did not feel any excitement. Instead, his heart was as calm as water. His thoughts seemed to have returned to thousands of lifetimes ago. At that time, he was still Li Xiaoyao. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward, walking down the divine mountain. Behind him, the glazed empress looked at Lin Ling's back with a complicated expression, as if she was trying to find Li Xiaoyao's back in the past. She bit her lips and slowly followed after him. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, seemed to have returned to the past. They seemed to have returned to the small valley. At that time, Tian Liuli was innocent and naive. She liked to follow Li Xiaoyao and listen to his stories. At that time, Tian Liuli had braids and liked to see Li Xiaoyao's calm and confident look. At that time, Tian Liuli did not know what love was. However, she knew that she liked to follow Li Xiaoyao. However, these were all memories in the end. The others watched the 2 of them leave, and did not stop them. Their gazes fell on the peak of the sacred mountain, because they discovered that there seemed to be a cave there. There might be many treasures inside. The sacred bell has been taken away. However, if the sacred mountain can produce a sacred bell, There must be other powerful treasures. That's right. Let's enter the sacred mountain. I hope we can obtain treasures like the sacred bell. Then, like Shengyi, we can reach the heavens in a single step. Many deities' gazes were burning, but they did not dare to move for the time being. They were waiting for someone to take the lead and enter the sacred mountain. Yu Yu and the others watched as Lin Ling left. They did not call out to Lin Ling, because they knew that Lin Ling had been waiting for this day for a long time. He wanted to settle everything once and for all. On the other side, Lin Ling led Tian Lili forward. Brother Xiaoyao. Lili Empress looked at Lin Ling's back and finally called out to him. However, Lin Ling did not respond to her. He continued to move forward. Brother Xiaoyao, I know I was wrong. Lili Empress's eyes were wet as if she was a child who had done something wrong. However, Lin Ling still acted as if he did not hear her. Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. Under an ancient tree, he raised his head and looked at the boundless tree. His expression was still calm. Lili Empress also obediently came under the tree and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the past, there was a snow maple tree in the small valley. Every time the sun set, the maple leaves would scatter. It was very beautiful, Lin Ling said with a smile as he caught a leaf. Yeah, at that time, what I loved most was listening to Brother Xiaoyao tell stories under the tree. Speaking of this, Lili Empress also recalled the past. She also caught a leaf and said with a smile. Hee, I remember that at that time, if I didn't tell 10 stories a day, you wouldn't let me return to the small valley. Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something and shook his head helplessly. Yeah, Lili Empress laughed and nodded. At this moment, she did not look like an arrogant empress. Instead, she looked like a girl next door. She smiled and said, I remember that under the snow maple tree, Brother Xiaoyao once said that no matter what I did in the future, you would forgive me. Yeah. Lin Ling nodded and finally turned to look at Lili Empress. His eyes showed a hint of complexity, as if he wanted to see the past in Lili Empress's eyes. However, at this moment, Lili Empress also revealed the gaze of a girl who had a crush on Li Xiaoyao. Her face was a little red. Brother Xiaoyao, I know that no matter what I do in the future, you will forgive me. So all these years, you have been waiting for me to apologize. Unfortunately, I have disappointed you. So this time I don't want you to forgive me. Lili Empress put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. Suddenly, she took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. Her face was even redder and her heart was beating wildly. Brother Xiaoyao has never hugged me before. This is the first time, and also the last time. Then, she gently leaned on Lin Ling and leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder like a young girl. Lin Ling allowed Lili Empress to come closer. Smelling the fragrance on Lili Empress's body, the smile on his face became warmer. Chapter 44:28. Brother Xiaoyao, have you ever liked me? At this moment, A soft voice suddenly floated out. I did. Lin Ling nodded. Terrifying divine origin energy spread out from his body and turned into rolling flames. It began to envelop Luli Empress. However, Luli Empress acted as if she didn't know Lin Ling had made his move. She had a blissful smile on her face. I also like Brother Xiao Yao. In the past, now, and in the future, the person I like the most is Brother Xiao Yao. Her voice gradually became dim. Her body also quietly turned into ashes, drifting with the wind and scattering under the ancient tree. The Empress of a generation, whose name once shook the void of the 9 prefectures. The goddess that countless people looked up to, had fallen here. Her pride, her glory, and her memories were all gone in the end. If I could do it all over again, perhaps I wouldn't have brought you out of this small valley. At that time, we would have lived a normal life. Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. He raised his head and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. The gentle wind blew against his face. At this moment, he didn't feel any excitement or happiness. There was only an indescribable feeling of tranquility. After he returned, he only had one goal, and that was to kill his enemy. For this he had worked hard his entire life. Martial God Qilin, Martial God Wention, and finally Luli Empress. And he, Lin Ling, had also walked from the sacred rainforest to the 9 prefectures. Finally, he stood alone in the strongest realm in the 9 prefectures. Thinking back to everything, it was like a dream. However, Li Xiao Yao's wish was finally fulfilled. Liuli, no matter what, you are the person I loved the most in my previous life. Lin Ling sat down under the ancient tree. He scooped up the dust beside his feet and scattered it in the air. The corner of his mouth finally revealed a smile. It was a smile of relief. However, silent tears flowed down his cheeks. Because the woman he loved the most had finally died in his hands. Everything about Li Xiao Yao is over. It's like a speck of dust, dissipating in the sky with the passing of smoke. What's left is his memories and his heart. What's left is Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He didn't know why. After Luli Empress died, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. It was as if he was a passerby who had lost his way and didn't know where to go next. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling had worked hard for revenge his entire life. Now that his revenge, the heavy burden in his heart, suddenly disappeared, he couldn't get used to it. Quietly sitting down under the tree, the sea, the waves, and the tranquility. His soul force was also quietly increasing. Faintly, he felt that everything was predestined. Regardless of whether it was the betrayal of Tian Liuli and the others, or Lin Ling's revenge, all of this was like a wheel of the great Tao of the void moving forward. The trajectory of fate seemed to pull Lin Ling onto an ancient great Tao. Without Tian Liuli, I would still be Li Xiao Yao. But Li Xiao Yao's limit may not be as strong as Lin Ling's, and the height I walk may not be as high. Could it be that this is the law of the great path? Or, is this a path that the ancient gods have arranged for me? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked at the sky. Thinking of the mysterious ancient gods' help before entering the kingdom of eternity, he also felt that his life was being controlled by someone. Someone was constantly making him stronger. Maybe, this is just my imagination. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think about it anymore. He sat there quietly and sensed the essence of his body increasing. Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the tree swayed. The man under the tree was like a sitting god. In the distance, a meteor flew past. Several gods were flying in the direction of the sacred mountain. However, when they passed by Lin Ling's head, they didn't notice anything. Even the demons around him acted as if they couldn't see Lin Ling, as they rushed past the tree not far away. Only when one stood under the ancient tree could one vaguely see the 4 rays of light: red, yellow, blue, and black. Moreover, among the 4 rays of light, a dim light quietly flickered. This light was purple. These 5 lights were like the children of Bodhi. They floated under the tree and didn't dissipate for a long time. And this was the Bodhi testimony divine technique. After an unknown period of time, a figure walked out of the clouds. Then he walked forward step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but it had its own rhythm. In a few steps, he disappeared between heaven and earth. Unknowingly, my soul force has reached 120,000 levels. The one who disappeared was Lin Ling. Looking at the ancient tree again, there was an additional sense of holiness. On the tree trunk, 5 mottled Bodhi imprints were engraved. As if they had a spirit, they constantly nourished the tree. What was originally an ordinary tree seemed to have turned into a Bodhi tree. It was as if it had attained Tao. After Lin Ling left, a formless wind suddenly swept up in the nearby area. This wind was mixed with bits of starlight. It blew the dust on the ground, enveloping a large amount of dust and drifting into the distance. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely feel that the power hidden in this formless wind was the power of the spirit nation. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He flew in the direction of the sacred mountain. Looking around, he suddenly realized that there were very few gods in the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Moreover, there were gods flying in from afar and disappearing at the peak of the sacred mountain. Someone has finally entered the cave of the sacred mountain. I wonder how Saint Guyi is doing, and how Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was getting closer and closer to the sacred mountain. Haha, so this is the legendary sacred mountain. I didn't waste my time coming from afar. I heard that countless treasures have been unearthed from this mountain. During the great battle a year ago, the gods frantically opened up the sacred mountain. Now they have reaped a bountiful harvest. Let's not miss this opportunity. Let's speed up. Vaguely, Lin Ling could hear the conversation of the gods in the distance. A year. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then he stopped and stared at the gods who were flying over. Sirs, may I ask you something? Bullshit. Who do you think you are? Scram. Or don't blame me for stomping you to death. Damn it, is this guy crazy? How can he stop us and ask for directions? Does he think he's a god? The gods who were flying over glared at Lin Ling and cursed angrily. Lin Ling shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, a huge amount of divine energy enveloped one of the gods and pulled him over. You're courting death. What a powerful divine energy. Heavens, who is this guy? He's ridiculously strong. The person who was pulled over was furious at first. However, when he sensed Lin Ling's power, he immediately became obedient. Chapter 44-29. Holy shit. Is he a mid-stage lower deity? The expressions of the gods in the distance changed, and they hurriedly flew over and saluted Lin Ling. Things were different now. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, more and more experts became gods. They used to have the strength of a deity, which was enough to laugh at the void of the 9 prefectures. But now they were just ordinary existences. Although it was hard to accept, it was also a sign of the times moving forward. If they could not accept it, they could only be eliminated. Senior, you are so powerful. Could it be that you have the strength of a god? This strength of a god is more than 5,000. TSK. Senior, your divine origin is so strong. You are definitely a mid-stage lower deity. Senior, may I know your name? The few people who had arrived all said respectfully. From the looks of it, they were somewhat excited. After all, they knew that there were countless demons in the cave. If they could get to know an expert, they would be safer in the cave. You can talk all you want. If you make me too bored, I will kill you. Lin Ling said coldly, expressionless. After he said that, the deities stopped talking. They were so scared that they trembled. How long has it been since the fight for the divine bell? Lin Ling asked when he saw that they did not dare to talk anymore. 1 year. It has been 1 year since the fight for the bell. The deities said eagerly. 1 year. It has been 1 year. Lin Ling was shocked. He felt that only a few days had passed. He could still remember the scene when Lily Empress died. Then he asked, how are the deities? We are not sure. We only heard that a treasure was unearthed on the divine mountain. So we rushed into the divine world and came to the cave. But we heard that all the deities entered the divine mountain. Some left, and some are still in the divine mountain. Senior, this must be your first time here. I can tell you that back in the day, the battle on God Mountain was incomparably fierce, and several gods fell. Furthermore, the Thunder God Palace produced an expert who controlled the God Bell, and was invincible. Among the gods, the Thunder God Palace reaped the most benefits, and became the new Thunder God. He is incomparably amazing. As they talked, they began to talk. They did not know that the person in front of them was Lei Gong. They thought that Lei Gong had entered the Divine Mountain long ago. Get lost. Lin Ling did not get the information he wanted, so he waved them away. Senior, can we? Those people were naturally unwilling to do so. If you don't leave now, you will die. Lin Ling shouted coldly, scaring them so much that they finally fled. Lin Ling looked at the Divine Mountain in the distance and flew forward again. In his eyes, the Divine Mountain was majestic. It was as huge as an ancient stone tablet. Moreover, there was not a single person on the Divine Mountain. Everyone was flying straight to the top and rushing into the Divine Mountain. However, a year ago, the Divine Mountain was full of deities, and an intense battle was breaking out. A year has passed. Why do I feel like the people have changed? Is it because of Luli Empress's death? My state of mind has changed. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He did not fly to the top. Instead, he walked along the Divine Mountain. Grandpa Treasure God, Yu and the others are not here. Where did they go? Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out. However, he did not see anyone familiar. Suddenly, he came to the place where he stood last time and saw an inconspicuous stone tablet. It was about half the height of a person. When Lin Ling approached, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was Saint Gui. Unseal. This aura contained the great Tao of enchantment. Only Lin Ling could open it. Even Treasure God Namwufingyu and the others could not. After the seal was unsealed, a familiar voice floated over. Master Lei Gong, when you heard my voice, I would have already left. Senior Jewel God and the others are still waiting for you in the Divine Mountain. However, I will leave you a map of the Divine Mountain. This map is recorded in the Eastern Emperor Bell. This Divine Mountain is also called the Divine Graveyard. It's one of the places where the ancient great gods fell. Moreover, I know that Master Lei Gong is looking for the host body of the world will. This map also records that, if you follow the map, you can find a new host body of the world will. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor Bell told me that someone has already entered the Divine Mountain. Lord Lei Gong has entered the Divine Mountain. These people are very strong, stronger than Lord Ning and the others. Therefore, Lord Lei Gong must be careful. After the voice, a ray of light shot towards Lin Ling. Then, a map quietly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The map was very detailed. Not only did it point out the direction, it also pointed out the dangerous areas of the Divine Mountain. It also recorded many treasures. It seems that Saint Guyi left first. He didn't know that Grandpa Treasure God and the others had also entered the Divine Mountain. After digesting the information, Lin Ling looked up at the top of the Divine Mountain. At this moment, he was even more certain that Yu and the others had entered the Divine Mountain. Perhaps there were too many treasures and Yu and the others did not want to be a step behind, so they entered the Divine Mountain without waiting for Lin Ling to return. In this regard, Lin Ling couldn't help but worry about Yu and the others. With Grandpa Treasure God and the others, Yu and the others would definitely be fine. I didn't expect the Divine Mountain to have records of the world will host body. Then, Lin Ling thought of Saint Guyi's words and began to walk towards the top of the Divine Mountain. Previously, when Tai Tian obtained the world will host body, Lin Ling already knew who it was from the giant ghost's explanation. However, Lin Ling was also very familiar with this person. In fact, he had known Lin Ling for a long time. However, in order to prevent the incident with Lei Gong from happening again, Lin Ling had never revealed this secret. Even Treasure God Nanwufingyu did not tell them. This was because the seventh world will host body was Longyang. When he first heard this news, Lin Ling was actually shocked for a long time. However, when he remembered that Lei Gong was also a world will host body, he finally accepted this reality. The world will host body could be anyone. Naturally, it could also be Longyang. However, what puzzled Lin Ling was that he seemed to be related to several world will hosts, such as Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and now Longyang. Of course, it was because of this that Lin Ling was not worried about Longyang's safety when he saw her in the 72 caves. This was because he believed that as the world will host body, Longyang would not die so easily. Hey senior, wait for me. Just as Lin Ling was about to reach the top of the divine mountain, suddenly, a bell-like voice sounded. Then behind Lin Ling, a white tiger carrying a young girl quickly rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. Whoosh! Chapter 44:30. I'm so tired, but I finally made it. Senior, are you going to the Celestial Mountain? Since it's on the way, bring me along. After catching her breath, the girl smiled at Lin Ling's scram. Lin Ling ignored the girl's strange behavior. He had been practicing martial arts all his life, and he was used to all kinds of people. Do you have to be so stingy? You should know that the Celestial Mountain is very dangerous. It's better to have a companion than to travel alone. Don't you think so, little white? The girl pouted after being scolded by Lin Ling roar. The white tiger she was sitting on also roared, as though it agreed with the girl's words. It's very dangerous to follow me. It's safer for you to travel alone. Lin Ling shook his head, turned around, and continued forward. He could tell that the divine fetus of this young girl was not weak, and her cultivation realm was that of an early-stage low god. Although he did not know where this young girl came from, after the investiture of the gods in the land of the 9 provinces, Lin Ling was no longer surprised. Then I'll protect you. I'm very powerful. Who knows, I might be able to save your life in the near future. The girl's legs clamped on the white tiger, and she followed him. However, Lin Ling ignored her. Do you have to be so cold? I know you've fallen for me, and that's why you're shy. The girl suddenly said. Her words made Lin Ling speechless, and he increased his speed as he rushed to the top of the Celestial Mountain. Whoosh! At the top of the Celestial Mountain, the cave entrance had become much larger. Mysterious mist filled the air, and one could only see the colorful light at the bottom of the cave. Lin Ling stood quietly at the edge of the cave entrance. His soul energy quietly spread out, but it was blocked by the mist. According to Saint Gui's words, the graveyard of the gods is very dangerous. There are many existences that can threaten me, so I must be careful. However, the graveyard of the gods has countless treasures. It's comparable to the world mountain of the 9 prefectures, 7 great forbidden lands. Lin Ling thought. He had a feeling that the Curishan, the demon sealer, Lord Ning, and other experts had all entered the Celestial Mountain. It was possible that they had obtained treasures in the Celestial Mountain, and their strength had greatly increased. Currently, Lin Ling was half a step away from the 9 prefectures void, but if the primogenitor and the others' strength increased, they might surpass Lin Ling. Let's hope my luck this trip. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's Saint Gui had told him that the thickest places had the densest qi had the most, and it was very likely that he would jump to a place. However, just as he was about to jump, his expression changed. Behind him, the young girl had already rushed over on the white tiger. Moreover, she was rushing towards the cave entrance. Little white, don't be afraid. After entering the Celestial Mountain, we can also become gods. What made Lin Ling speechless was that the young girl was cheering for the white tiger, even though it was clearly afraid. This guy, how did he survive until now? Lin Ling was depressed. Based on the young girl's one-track mind, without thinking about the consequences, shouldn't she have died in the 72 caves? Careful. Although he was annoyed by the young girl, seeing her reckless actions, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind her to jump from the weakest point of the dense qi. However, the white tiger had already accelerated and couldn't stop. Although Lin Ling could dodge, he could only watch as the young girl jumped from the densest point of the dense qi. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but want to stop them. However, he had underestimated the white tiger's strength. The white tiger's explosive speed was too fast. After that, it reached a speed of 1,000,000 worlds. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't react in time, and was also knocked into the cave. The two of them, and the tiger, seemed to be somersaulting, as they fell continuously into the abyss. Hey, why are you stopping me? On the white tiger, the young girl stroked her chin, and said to Lin Ling, as if she didn't know the danger. She had a puzzled look on her face. Are you an idiot? Lin Ling couldn't help but roar. He wanted to control his body, but he found that the dense qi around him was very mysterious. He couldn't control his body, and could only watch as he fell from the densest point of the dense chi. Why are you scolding me? Oh, I know you must be afraid. Alas, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly despite being so tall. The young girl was still stroking her chin. Afraid your sister? Although Lin Ling was very knowledgeable and his martial heart was as steady as a mountain, he couldn't help but curse again at this moment. If it wasn't to help this young girl, how could he, Lin Ling, choose to jump from the densest point of the dense chi? But now he didn't help her. She, the tiger, and himself were about to fall into an unknown and dangerous place. What a rude guy. The young girl curled her lips. The white tiger under her wasn't as calm as her. It was already sweating profusely from fear. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them passed through the dense chi. After an unknown amount of time, the ground finally appeared below. Lin Ling quickly stabilized his body and looked around. He immediately saw that the ground was full of realm scorpions. These realm scorpions weren't as large as last time, but they were purple and looked very ferocious. Among the realm scorpions, two obviously larger realm scorpions were fighting. It was as if the old Scorpion King and the new Scorpion King were fighting for the throne. Most importantly, the direction Lin Ling fell was where the two realm scorpions were fighting, and he was falling toward the new Scorpion King. Saint Yi didn't lie to me. Places with dense chi have many variables. Lin Ling was speechless. He could only let himself fall. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, countless tiger-like roars came from the ground below. They were the roars of the realm scorpions. Moreover, the old and new Scorpion Kings were fighting fiercely. The old Scorpion King was obviously at a disadvantage and could be defeated in an instant. There was no doubt that the new Scorpion King was about to be born. Boom. However, just as the young Scorpion King was about to assassinate the old Scorpion King, Lin Ling finally fell. After a boom, the young Scorpion King was smashed into a meat patty. This also made the nearby area inexplicably silent. Countless realm scorpions looked at Lin Ling, who suddenly fell. Their tails were raised, and they looked like they were up to no good. My luck is so bad. Lin Ling climbed down from the Scorpion King's body and looked around helplessly. If I say that I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, what greeted him were countless tiger roars. All the realm scorpions wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. Chi chi chi. The old Scorpion King was the closest to Lin Ling, and it raised its stinger. I helped you kill your opponent, and you treat me like this. As expected of a beast. However, I'm still new here, so I'll give you a chance. After 3 breaths, scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Shaking his head, Lin Ling issued a final ultimatum, although he knew that it might not be effective. In fact, it was indeed ineffective. Chapter 44-31. The second stage of innate fusion, the power of 1.5 million realms, in addition to the power of God. Whoosh! The flame of the human king was burning. Crackle! White lightning was also wreaking havoc. There was also the glaring guardian, and it was even stronger than before. It was indomitable, like an undefeatable god of war. Bang! 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 Lin Ling did not use any techniques. Relying on his palms, he killed a large number of realm scorpions. The ground was also constantly shaking. In the end, the ground was covered with the shattered shells of the realm scorpions. The densely packed realm scorpions had now become corpses. You just won't listen. Lin Ling shook his head and quietly exited the fusion state. Whoosh! But at this moment, a fatal light shot over at the speed of 1 million realms. Soon it surpassed the speed of time and space. And Lin Ling, even with the third stage of innate fusion, could only reach 400,000 realms at most. So when this fatal attack arrived, even if Lin Ling had the steps of wisdom, he could not use it in a short period of time. Lin Ling could not even sense it. It was just that he had an innate sense of danger. His eyes flashed and suddenly fell on the countless realm scorpion corpses. It was the old Scorpion King, and it was its stinger. The old Scorpion King did not seem as powerful as the new Scorpion King, but the older the wiser. It had hidden such a killer move. Lin Ling could not react in time. His chest was immediately pierced by a purple needle. An instant later, he felt as if his body had been struck by lightning. One moment, it was hot, the next it was cold, and there was even a sense of numbness. A terrifying power erupted from within his body and began to wreak havoc on everything, causing his 7 dantians to be in a state of chaos. This was the steps of God. In a short moment, this thought rose in Lin Ling's mind. Then he found that his body was like a zombie, beginning to harden. His powerful body could not block the poison of the realm scorpion. Of course, this was normal. The ancestor of the realm scorpion had bitten the Buddha god, causing the Buddha god to be injured. Therefore, the longer the realm scorpion lived, the more terrifying the poison. Especially at the level of the Scorpion King, their stinger had a poison that existed when it was born. It would only be released after death. The realm scorpion was powerful. At some point in their lives, they would not encounter death. Therefore, the poison continued to accumulate. After tens of millions of years, it had reached a terrifying level. Shit! Lin Ling's breathing began to slow down, and his entire body slowly fell down like a rock. When he fainted, he vaguely saw a heavily injured scorpion that was even close to death slowly crawling towards him. It was the old Scorpion King. It's Scorpion, 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 Scorpion. Ingrate! Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Sure enough, Saint Guy was right. The denser the mist, the more dangerous it was. There were clearly many existences in the tomb of the gods that were stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes went dark, and in the end, he lost consciousness. Kunlun. At the critical moment, little Kunlun protected its master, protecting Lin Ling firmly. The surroundings turned into a dense forest. Countless vines wrapped around the Scorpion King. However, the struggling Scorpion King was also very terrifying. It kept tearing apart large amounts of vines. Of course, the Scorpion King was still in a dying state. Eventually, it was bound to death by little Kunlun. The surroundings gradually quieted down. However, the tomb of the gods had more than just a Scorpion King. Whoosh! In the distance, golden bats flew over. They filled the sky and bared their fangs. They looked very ferocious. These bats were very fast. They rushed past little Kunlun's endless vines. No matter how little Kunlun anxiously used its vines, it could not bind a single bat. Bats had the power of sound waves. Naturally, they could easily avoid little Kunlun's vines. Kunlun. Little Kunlun was undoubtedly even more anxious. It was as though it had met its natural enemy. Roar! But at this moment a tiger's roar came. It formed a spatial fluctuation that quickly spread towards the golden bats. Bam! 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 Golden bats crashed to the ground and twitched constantly. Finally, they stopped moving. Following that, a white tiger carrying a young girl tore through the vines and came to Lin Ling's side. Wow, Uncle has turned into stone. Looking at Lin Ling, the young girl exclaimed in surprise. Kunlun. Little Kunlun clearly recognized this young girl. She was the one who caused Lin Ling to fall here. However, now that Lin Ling was severely injured, little Kunlun could only rely on this young girl. How tragic! The young girl stroked her chin. She was still carefree. However, she was no longer muddle-headed. She got the white tiger to bring Lin Ling along, and planned to leave this place. As for the white tiger, although it looked awe-inspiring, it trembled like a kitten when it saw Lin Ling. In the end, it was only after the young girl scolded it that the white tiger reluctantly brought Lin Ling along. Whoosh! The white tiger brought Lin Ling and the young girl through the graveyard of the gods. The young girl smiled and said, Uncle, I told you that it would be safer with 2 people. You didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? She was obviously still bothered by the fact that Lin Ling had chased her away. After Lin Ling and the others left, a large number of ancient divine beasts appeared where they were previously. They were all strange and ferocious. They began to devour the realm scorpion corpses on the ground. One could imagine that if the young girl hadn't brought them here, Lin Ling would probably be in danger. Perhaps even Lin Ling himself hadn't expected that after traveling extensively and killing countless gods, he would one day fail miserably in such an easy task. Little White, where are we going? On the white tiger, the young girl asked again. Roar! The white tiger shook its head helplessly. It was depressed because it didn't know either. You're so stupid. Tell me, other than eating, what else can you do? The young girl was unhappy. She knocked the white tiger's head with her fist and said fiercely, "Roar." The white tiger was even more depressed. It ran around aimlessly. Aya, this uncle is getting worse. He's turned into stone now. Do you think he's dead? Little White, should we throw him away? The young girl looked at Lin Ling behind her and touched her chin. Roar. The white tiger naturally wanted to throw Lin Ling away, so it nodded its head. Kunlun. However, little Kunlun immediately became anxious. Its vines kept swaying. All right, continue bringing him along. However, he seems to be poisoned. If this goes on, he'll die sooner or later. Little White, do you have a solution? The young girl looked at the white tiger and said. The white tiger lowered its head, not daring to look at the young girl. However, it still received the young girl's fist. Damn it, you hit me again. The white tiger was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. In the end, it could only nod its head. That's more like it. I knew you would have a solution. Hurry, treat uncle. The young girl nodded in satisfaction. After smiling, she revealed her cute canine teeth. Chapter 4432. What white tiger? The blue-haired man snorted coldly. He glanced around and suddenly saw the charging white tiger. Then he frowned. The white tiger was covered in pure white fur. It didn't have the markings that a tiger should have, but it had the aura of a tiger. Moreover, it was very powerful. No one could see through it. This white tiger doesn't seem weak. It's even stronger than the black tiger cave master from the 72 cave masters. The blue-haired man squinted his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the stone sculpture on the white tiger's back. He exclaimed, "It's Lei Gong." Although Lin Ling had turned into a stone, his outline was still there. Therefore, he was recognized immediately. Lei Gong? Didn't he disappear? Why did he come to the sacred mountain? The other demons were also shocked. Everyone in the 72 cave masters knew about Lin Ling. Moreover, during the battle of the sacred mountain a year ago, Lin Ling also shone brightly. However, Lin Ling disappeared and didn't go to the sacred mountain. Many people thought that Lin Ling had given up on entering the sacred mountain. No one expected that Lin Ling would come as well. Furthermore, he had turned into a rock. Young clan leader, run quickly. The clan leader isn't here. Lei Gong will definitely kill you. A demon with a huge bull's head roared. Bullshit. The blue-haired man was shocked at first. However, he quickly calmed down and gave the bull demon a hard slap. Lei Gong can't even protect himself. Didn't you see? He has turned into a stone. Then the blue-haired man sneered. He was the young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan. Yes, this means that as long as we destroy the stone, Lei Gong will die. A demon with a wild boar's head was pleasantly surprised. Our luck is here. The blue-haired man laughed more and more proudly. Losing to Lin Ling last time was the biggest shame of his life. He didn't expect that he could take revenge today. As long as he killed Lin Ling, wouldn't Longyang's heart belong to him? Hee hee, it's just a stupid tiger. And a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. Isn't this a piece of cake? The other demons chuckled as well. They were already drooling, as though they wanted to eat the young girl. Moreover, they were already prepared to prevent the girl from escaping. They surrounded the girl, but what surprised them was that the white tiger and the young girl didn't need them to surround them at all. They had already rushed over. He had seen foolish people before, but he had never seen such a foolish person. Hey, my friend has turned into stone. Do you have any ideas? The young girl asked the blue-haired man and the others to stop. Ah, the young patriarch was dumbfounded. All the fiendish demons were dumbfounded. They admitted that their intelligence was inferior to that of humans. But this was the first time they had seen someone more stupid than them. Sure, give me that damned stone. The blue-haired man revealed what he thought was his most amiable smile. You have an idea. That's great. The young girl was delighted. Then she knocked the white tiger's head with her fist and scolded. Look at how stupid you are. I have an idea. Unlike you who still needs to run around looking for a place. Roar. Although the white tiger wasn't smart, It was timid by nature. It seemed to have seen through the sinister intentions of the young patriarch and the others. Therefore, it resisted and roared loudly. So noisy. However, the young girl was still stubborn. She ignored the white tiger's resistance and intended to hand Lin Ling over. Kunlun. At the crucial moment, they still had to rely on little Kunlun. It separated its vines and entangled Lin Ling, preventing him from handing over Lin Ling. What are you doing? The young girl was furious. However, little Kunlun still wouldn't let go. It continued to pester little Kunlun, causing the young patriarch and the others to become impatient. Enough, are you done yet? Let me tell you, I want to kill this Lei Gong. Hurry up and hand over the stone. The young patriarch couldn't be bothered to continue acting. She was just a silly little girl. Acting in front of her was simply a waste of his time. What, you want to kill eldest uncle? The young girl seemed to have realized something. She was the slowest to react. Alright, I already knew that you guys were up to no good. Indeed, my guess was right. Subsequently, the young girl said angrily. Roar. Kunlun. This time, the white tiger and little Kunlun protested together. If not for the young patriarch's impatience and baring his fangs, this young girl would have already handed little Kunlun over. That's enough. Let me tell you, whether you hand him over or not, you have to die. The young patriarch was clearly fed up with this young girl. Then he sneered and said, Look at your soft and tender skin. The taste must be very good. Also, that white tiger is a great tonic. Hee, I'm going to eat my fill today. Young patriarch, I want a leg. I'm a little aggrieved. I'll eat your butt. The other demons also started to drool and stared at the young girl. Run, scream, struggle. Let's see how long you can run. Little white, run. The young girl finally shouted. When she was running, she wasn't muddle-headed anymore. Roar. Then, under the shocked gazes of the demons, the white tiger leaped and ran into the distance at the speed of 500,000 worlds. Bam! One of the demons with an elephant trunk was hit by the white tiger and flipped in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The demons were tongue-tied, including the young patriarch. Clearly, they did not expect this idiotic young girl and the white tiger to run so quickly. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. How can these two pieces of trash be so powerful? TSK respect. The demons commented one after another. What are you waiting for? Go after them. It was only when the young patriarch roared that they reacted and hurriedly chased in the direction of the white tiger. The young patriarch's expression was ugly. He did not expect the duck to escape from his mouth. However, this was the best chance to kill Lei Gong. How could he miss it? Immediately, he transformed into a demonic bull and galloped into the distance. Faster, little white, faster. It's all your fault. I felt that something was wrong and told you not to get close to them. But you didn't listen. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would all be eaten. On the white tiger, the young girl kept shouting. Roar. However, even without the young girl's urging, the white tiger had already unleashed its full strength because it was afraid of itself. As for the demons chasing them, they could only watch dumbfounded as the white tiger disappeared into the distance. They were all stunned on the spot. Damn it, is that a tiger? That's a rabbit. Finally, the demon with the wild boar head said. Bastard. The young patriarch had also arrived. He was so angry that his bull head was spewing flames. However, that stupid tiger can't maintain such speed. Continue the chase. Rotten eagle, go to the sky and search. Wolf deity, you're in charge of tracking. Yes, young patriarch. The group of fiendish demons scattered. Run, little white, run. Chapter 44-33. It even rolled its eyes at the young girl. You're definitely not tired. I'm the one running. Not only do I have to carry you, I even have to carry a stupid rock. Kunlun. At this moment, little Kunlun extended its vines and landed outside the cliff, as though it was investigating something. Roar. Seeing little Kunlun's actions, the white tiger also reacted and let out a low roar. It also stared at the bottom of the cliff and realized that there was a wide pool below the cliff. There was also a waterfall falling from the sky. Roar! It roared at the young girl, who rubbed her eyes and said in confusion, "Wow, the divine spring. What a huge divine spring." The white tiger knew that the young girl was confused and did not waste any more time. It carried the young girl and jumped down the cliff with Lin Ling. Boom! The water rippled in endless spiritual energy and mist spread out. The white tiger and the young girl, who had landed on the pool, lay down and revealed satisfied expressions. He then looked at Lin Ling. He had turned into a stone and quietly sank into the pool. Little Kunlun followed him. This divine spring was obviously very big and had been around for a long time. When Lin Ling sank to the bottom of the pool, bubbles kept coming out of his body. His body, which was as hard as a rock, quietly began to soften. So using endless spiritual energy can nourish the body and cure the poison. Little White, why didn't you say this earlier? The young girl was still lying on the pool and scolded at the same time. Roar! The white tiger stretched and rolled its eyes in resistance. It muttered to itself, "If I can't find such a dense divine spring, what's the use of telling you?" At this moment, under the pool, the rocks on Lin Ling's body kept falling off and bubbles kept coming out. Finally, his body gradually recovered. At this moment, the chaos divine formula also quietly circulated and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of the divine spring, bringing it into his 7 dantians. The 7 dantians, which were originally in a mess, seemed to have been cleansed by seawater. The scorpion poison also quietly swam out of Lin Ling's limbs and bones, and was greatly diluted. Gradually Lin Ling woke up. When he realized where he was, he could not help but be shocked. He immediately sat down cross-legged and crazily absorbed the divine spring around him. Rumble! The waterfall in the sky continued to crash down, but as the days passed, the waterfall was no longer as magnificent as it had been in the beginning. As for the boundless holy spring, it began to shrink as well. Roar! On the shore, the white tiger was holding a big fish in its hands. It was very dissatisfied as it roared in the direction of the holy spring. It was obvious that it had sensed that Lin Ling had refined the heavenly spring, causing it to decrease in quantity. "I've really wronged this lord. That brat has it easy," the white tiger cursed in its heart. "Hurry up and eat the fish. What are you talking about?" Beside him, the young girl was also holding a big white fish and eating it in big bites. Her big bright eyes looked at the pool and she thought, "Uncle, it should be done this time." At this moment, Lin Ling's dantian had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. An incomparably dense spirit chi was transforming his 7 dantians, and a divine light was constantly being absorbed and spat out. Finally, at a certain moment, a rumbling sound resounded. After that, Lin Ling noticed that his 7 dantians seemed to have transformed into 7 worlds, and they were even more like 7 gods. Middle stage lower deity. An ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. He had finally broken through. Sensing the terrifying divine origin energy in his dantian, Lin Ling's heart was inexplicably excited. One had to know that breaking through to the lower deity stage was the most difficult. Without exceeding 10,000 miles, it would not be shaken at all. However, this time, Lin Ling had successfully broken through. He could not help but open his eyes. He was very curious about how much heavenly spring he had absorbed. However, when he looked around, he realized that he was in a deep valley. The surroundings were smooth, and there were traces of flowing water. Could it be that all the heavenly spring in this valley has been absorbed by me? Lin Ling was shocked. According to his estimation, such a deep valley could store up to thousands of heavenly springs. No, it was possible that it could store up to tens of thousands of heavenly springs. Tens of thousands of heavenly springs allowed Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Ling's 7 dantians were. Little Kunlun. Looking around, Lin Ling found the little vine beside his feet again. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the little vine. He remembered that before he fell into a deep sleep, he had been hit by the old realm scorpion's poisonous needle. After that, he lost consciousness. At the critical moment, Little Kunlun had saved him again. Now Little Kunlun had saved him many times. Kunlun. Suddenly, Little Kunlun's vine pointed above the valley, causing Lin Ling to look up. Then, he saw a huge tiger's head above the valley, followed by a young girl's head. It's them again. Seeing this duo, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly as he cursed inwardly. If not for the fact that he wanted to help these two reckless people, he, Lin Ling, would not have come to this godforsaken place. But now, not only was he getting further and further away from the treasure, he did not even know where he was. Uncle, you're awake. At this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. Roar. White Tiger also cursed inwardly. Kunlun. Little Kunlun on Lin Ling's arm made a sound. Lin Ling was familiar with it. Only then did he know that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have died in this sacred mountain. Karma. I wanted to help her, but in the end she helped me. Lin Ling let out a long sigh. After shaking his head with a smile, he leaped up. Thank you. After landing on the ground, Lin Ling also bowed to the young girl. He knew that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have really died here. It had to be said that the young girl was also Lin Ling's benefactor. One had to know that Lin Ling had experienced several life and death situations in his life. Although this one seemed the most ordinary, the danger level was not any lower. It could be said that he had failed miserably. There's no need. I said that I will protect you. The young girl suddenly became a little shy as she touched the back of her head. Roar. White Tiger suddenly did not hate Lin Ling as much as before. Its white face was also a little red. Lin Ling looked around and found that the ground was full of bones. They were fish bones. This made him very surprised. During this period, the tiger and the young girl could not have been eating fish, right? And from the looks of it, they were eating it raw. Shaking his head, Lin Ling saw that there were still a few lively fish on the ground. He immediately waved his right hand and brought the few fish over. Then, a flame appeared in his palm, and he began to roast them. Uncle, you can't eat fish like this, the young girl blinked and said. But soon, a fragrant smell wafted over. Rumble. Her stomach made a sound, followed by a rumbling sound. However, this time, it came from White Tiger's stomach. Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He continued to roast the fish for them. Hey, little White, this fish is mine. Don't snatch it. Uncle, the fish you roast is too delicious. I can eat 10 more. Roar. Chapter 44-34. The first time he saw the girl, he thought she was an idiot. He thought she wouldn't live long, because Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life, and was used to the cruelty of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling now realized that this was just his preconceived idea. Although the martial artists in this world were ruthless, there were still some naive people. They weren't eliminated by heaven and earth. With their appearance, there was no doubt that this ruthless world had a little more color. Uncle, who is Yu? How do you know Yu? Because when you fainted, I heard you calling Yu, senior sister Yu and grandpa. So that's how it is. Did I call Tianlili? I don't think I heard that name. Looks like Li Xiaoyao's life is finally over. Lin Ling accompanied the girl to eat grilled fish. His eyes were also looking at the sky. At this moment he thought of Yu and the others. He didn't know where Yu and the others were, and how they were doing. Let's go. Lin Ling finally spoke to the girl after living by the Omphalos for a while. Okay, let's go on an adventure. During this time, Xiao Bai and I are sick of each other. But uncle, you won't chase us away this time, right? No, this time I'll protect you. Lin Ling finally set foot on his journey once again. Now, he needed to know where he was, so that he could follow the map to find the sword demon's location. After walking for a few days, they encountered many powerful demons along the way. But now that Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, he could easily deal with those demons. On this day, a human voice finally came from the front. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then, he quietly spread out his soul power, and found that there were two groups of people facing each other. Lin Ling knew these two groups of people. They were the Light Golden Dragon and the Saint Ancestor. On the Light Golden Dragon's side, there was Xiao Air, Giant Shadow and Luotian. Looking at the primogenitor's side, there were a few more experts who had opened the passage together with him when he entered the Ji-Air Ox Cave last time. The two sides were in a state of mutual hostility, and an oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the air. Radiant Golden Dragon, Hand over that cauldron. After a short moment of silence, a man said coldly. His name was Celestial Emperor Jin Mang. He was one of the people who had opened the great Tao cloud pattern disk and lit up 5 stars. He was very strong, but he wasn't as strong as the radiant golden dragon. He dared to be so arrogant because he had a sacred ancestor by his side. Ancestor. Most importantly, he could see that the radiant golden dragon was injured. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my brother? A young man beside Shower shouted angrily. However, just as his words left his mouth, Emperor God Golden Python sneered and extended his right hand. A huge python shot out and instantly coiled around the young man. After that, the young man was smashed to the ground. Emperor God Golden Python, you are ruthless enough. We fought against the stone god and finally obtained this mysterious cauldron. You guys did nothing and actually dared to snatch my treasure. The radiant golden dragon finally spoke. His voice was cold. When they were wandering around the sacred mountain, they unintentionally barged into a god's cave. This cave had a powerful boundary god array. However, there was a treasure in the cave, so they took the risk and rushed into the array. In the end, they obtained the cauldron. As the price, the radiant golden dragon was heavily injured. The others were more or less injured as well. However, not only did they not complain, they were also very happy, because they all knew that to be able to obtain the cauldron, everything was worth it. However, who knew that before the cauldron even warmed up, they met the primogenitor and the others. Then the scene in front of them happened. However, the radiant golden dragon and the others guessed that the primogenitor and the others had already discovered the cave. It was just that they didn't dare to risk their lives and let the radiant golden dragon and the others be scapegoats. Hee, the few of us have always been ruthless. Now not only do you want to leave behind the cauldron, you also want to leave behind all the treasures on you. At this moment, the gentlemanly primogenitor said with a smile, You've gone too far. Hearing this, Xiao Er and the others were furious. Not only did they snatch the cauldron, they also wanted to snatch all their treasures. One had to know that they had entered the sacred mountain a year ago, so they had obtained a lot of treasures. However, they had also spent a lot of effort. But in the end, it was these bastards who had benefited. I like to bully you guys. So what? Now are you going to hand it over or not? The primogenitor sneered and said casually. Ever since he witnessed the great battle of the sacred mountain, he knew how weak he was. So now, he couldn't wait to obtain more treasures to increase his strength. This sacred mountain seemed to be a god's graveyard. Not only did it have the corpses of fallen gods, but it also had a lot of treasures. Moreover, many of these treasures came from the ancient era, which was even older than the era of gods. Give it to them. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon shouted coldly, and then threw out the treasures on his body like rings and other items. Brother! The others were unwilling to accept this. Here, the radiant golden dragon nodded heavily at them. This was because he had done this many times before. In a situation where he was weaker than others, reasoning was useless, and being unwilling to accept this was even more useless. Damn it! Seeing the radiant golden dragon nod, Xiao Er and the others cursed, and threw all their treasures on the ground. Then, the radiant golden dragon took a step forward, and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, did I say I would let you guys go? However, just as he turned around, the primogenitor's voice floated out again. Primogenitor you! The radiant golden dragon, and the others' faces instantly turned hideous. They had already handed over their treasures, but the primogenitor was still unwilling to let them go. This was too much. This was the first time he, who had the supreme bloodline of the dragon race, had suffered such humiliation. Primogenitor, you are too arrogant. You said that you would let us go if we handed over our treasures. Now, we have handed over our treasures, but you want to kill us to silence us. Xiao Er and Luoshan also cursed loudly. Ha ha ha, did I say I would let you guys go? Hearing this, the primogenitor laughed loudly. His laughter was very heroic and carefree, as if he was mocking the radiant golden dragon and the others for being idiots. This was because the radiant golden dragon and the others were injured. This was a rare opportunity to kill them, and the primogenitor naturally would not miss it. Hehe, you really didn't say that. At least we didn't hear it. That's right. Emperor God Golden Python, and the others beside the primogenitor all laughed coldly. You guys have guts. The dragon race will not live under the same sky as you. The radiant golden dragon almost fainted from anger. These people were shameless and heartless. Chapter 44-35. Hehe, got it. Hehe. Emperor God Gene Python, and the others smiled evilly and walked out slowly. However, just as they took a step forward, Emperor God Gene Mang stopped them. A black longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was in the shape of a snake, and there were patterns of python skin on the surface. He said indifferently, "All of you don't have to do anything. Let me do it. I want the corpse of the radiant golden dragon." He obviously had his eyes on the corpses of the dragon clan. If he could refine them, his power would definitely increase greatly. The others were envious. However, Emperor God Gene Python smiled and said, "Don't worry. Other than the bright golden dragon, the rest of the corpses belong to you." Xiao Air and the others were one of the supreme bloodlines of the dragon clan. Naturally, their bodies were treasures too. This also made those people laugh hi-hey, extremely excited. As for Shengdai ancestor, he smiled too. He had obtained the divine cauldron, and he would leave the dragon corpse to Emperor God Gene Python. Sizzle. Just then, the longsword in Emperor God Gene Python's hand vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The sword, which was originally as thick as an arm, seemed to have come alive and turned into a huge black-scaled python. Shen Dun soul-slaying sword was a 10th grade innate divine weapon that Emperor God Gene Python obtained from Sacred Mountain. When he obtained it, he was happy for 3 days, because the sword was compatible with him. It was a match made in heaven. The first time this sword drank blood was dragon blood. You should be satisfied. Emperor God Gene Python sneered. He shook his arm, and the black-scaled python sword pounced towards the bright golden dragon and the others, sealing them on the ground. Damn it! The bright golden dragon unleashed his divine vitality and spat out a mouthful of blood. Emperor God Gene Python was usually weaker than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he injured his dragon tendons, he wouldn't have been killed by this trash. Now they could only watch as they died, and the dragon corpse was obtained by Emperor God Gene Python. Hehe, a snake with a snake sword. Let's see how you block it. Emperor God Gene Python's aura fluctuated. He obviously knew how powerful the bright golden dragon was. Hence he unleashed all of his power. He was confident that under this sword, not only would Xiao Air and the others die, even the bright golden dragon would be killed instantly. This was a fatal sword. However, just as this sure-kill strike was about to kill the golden dragon of light and the others, a blood-red light arrived. Incomparably dazzling. With a clang, the seemingly pliable black-scale python sword emitted a crisp sound. It was actually forcefully broken, and then shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Moreover, the bloody light did not stop. It flashed through the air, and other than the other 3 people were also beheaded by the sword. When the head fell off, a power that seemed to have come from the underworld sucked the corpse into it. Inside the corpse was a surging sea of blood. However, although it looked like a sea of blood, it was actually a sword, a blood-red greatsword. This sword was brimming with murderous intent, capable of slaying Buddha and slaying gods. Such a sword caused the primogenitor's eyes to narrow. What a sharp sword! As for the radiant golden dragon and the others, their bodies trembled. Then they laughed excitedly. Their hearts, which were originally filled with despair, now saw the hope of survival. Moreover, they were very clear who had slashed out this sword. It was Lin Ling. What they did not expect was that Lin Ling had also entered the Sacred Mountain. A year ago, they thought that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had left the Erox cave. Lin Ling, it's really you. Yes. As for the primogenitor and Emperor God Golden Python, their faces were cold. They had also guessed who had come. In the distance, the blue-robed youth walked over slowly with a white tiger and a sword in his hand. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're some bullshit Lei Gong. You broke my Shen Dun soul-slaying sword and killed me, and the primogenitor's people. Do you know how the word death is written? Yes. Emperor God Golden Python lowered his head and said, compared to the people who had died, he was more concerned about the Shun Dun soul-slaying sword, because he had just obtained it not long ago. In fact, he had not unleashed its full power. He had wanted to slowly refine it, after leaving the sacred mountain. Who knew that Lin Ling would cut off his dreams? Kneel down and destroy your own Dantian. Then, on account of the fact that you're one of the 9 prefectures Void's 4 great gods, we'll spare your life. After that, Emperor God Golden Python said again, we haven't seen each other for a year, and you've become more daring. I remember when we were fighting for the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, and the Sacred Mountain Bell. You didn't even dare to fart. In the distance, Lin Ling's voice sounded with a tinge of coldness. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, God Emperor Jin Meng laughed. Even the primogenitor and the surviving person laughed. Their laughter was wanton and carried a hint of mockery. Then, Emperor God Golden Python and the surviving god looked at each other and said proudly, that's for sure. With the primogenitor here, everything will be enough. He was a god hidden in the 9 prefectures void. Now he was flattering the primogenitor. It could be seen how confident he was. Of course, this flattery made the primogenitor very happy. He said faintly, Emperor God Golden Python is right. I'm here for everything. If it had been at the sacred mountain, he would have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, in the past year, he had entered the sacred mountain and plundered treasures everywhere. Now his strength had increased tremendously. According to his estimation, if it had been Lin Ling a year ago, he was confident that he could defeat him. Although Lin Ling had defeated the young patriarch of the Ox Demon clan, and used a terrifying move against the Glazed Empress, killing 3 deities in an instant, he was still a powerful being. But to him, that move was just SOSO. A year ago, your name shook the world. You were known as one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void. It's a pity that you don't know that the 9 prefectures void is much older than you think. The so-called 4 great gods are nothing more than a plaque to the outside world. The real gods are slowly coming to the surface. My origin is not something you can know. However, if I kill you, my sect will pay more attention to me. Moreover, my name will shake the 9 prefectures void and become a supreme figure of the era. Ha ha ha. The primogenitor's long hair fluttered, and his robe danced wildly. Above his head, a terrifying starry whirlpool was churning, distorting the surrounding scenery. However, Lin Ling walked over and walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. He naturally knew the strength of the primogenitor. The primogenitor was a mid-stage lower god. However, this primogenitor was so confident that he must have benefited greatly from the trip to the sacred mountain. However, Lin Ling didn't return empty-handed. At the very least, he had obtained an endless amount of divine spring. Moreover, he had absorbed it all into his body, greatly increasing his cultivation. Are you all alright? Lin Ling asked as he walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. Chapter 44-36. It's fine. Radiant golden dragon, and the others nodded with a smile. They were indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of them several times. Radiant golden dragon pondered for a moment and said, oh right, our dragon god is here too. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't expect there to be more experts than he expected. Lin Ling, I originally thought that you had already left the Divine Mountain. I was even thinking of going to the Void of the 9 States to look for you in the future. Who would have thought that you would still enter the Divine Mountain in the end, and even run into me? I have to say that my luck is really good. However, I am a magnanimous person. If you kneel down and give up your Dantian, I can spare your life. Saint Generation Primogenitor said, and a bamboo brush appeared in his hand. This was his confidence. This brush was obtained from Celestial Mountain, and was an existence that surpassed innate divine weapons. It was a chaos treasure. Did you hear that? Lin Ling kneeled down. God Emperor Jin Meng shouted at them. One had to admit that he was a good lackey. They obviously knew the origin of Saint Generation Primogenitor and his current strength. Hence, they were willing to bow down to him. Shut up. At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around and looked at God Emperor Jin Meng and the others. His eyes flashed. He swung his arm, and the sword light was as red as blood. Putong. Two heads fell to the ground, and their eyes were wide open. In the end, they were sucked into the blood sea. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to attack. Moreover, he killed them with a single strike. One had to know that God Emperor Jin Meng was a mid-stage lower deity. If they knew this would happen, they would have hidden behind Saint Generation Primogenitor. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. What a bunch of useless trash. Saint Generation Primogenitor, you don't have a problem with me killing them, right? Lin Ling looked at Saint Generation Primogenitor and said. Saint Generation Primogenitor still had a smile on his face, but in truth, he was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Lin Ling didn't use his full strength, and only used the fusion of fire and lightning. However, it was so easy for him to kill mid-stage lower deities. He was angry because Lin Ling was in front of him. Killing Emperor God Jin Meng was the same as challenging his dignity. It doesn't matter. They were merely my assistants. Now that they're dead, all the treasures belong to me. That's why I should thank you. Of course, if you're willing to hand over your treasures, including that sword, I'll be even more grateful. After all, Shunshan isn't the same as a year ago. There are many people who can kill you. Dying at the hands of others is a waste of time. Then the primogenitor shrugged. If you die in my hands. Really? Lin Ling nodded. Then I'll give you a chance. If you can hand over the treasures on your body and cripple your own Dantian, I'll spare your life. Do you really think it's a year ago? The Sacred Generation Primogenitor waved his right hand, and the green bamboo brush appeared. He lightly waved it in the air. Rumble. In the sky, countless stars appeared and circled around continuously. It was as if the void of the 9 continents had been written by him. Then, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the endless stars turned into a vortex and shrouded the earth. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic ancient character. Bang! The terrifying divine energy had reached 20,000 steps, and the radiant golden dragon and the others were all slammed to the ground. Their expressions changed greatly. 20,000 divine energy. If he remembered correctly, when Lin Ling fought Lily Empress had joined forces with 3 other gods and released 18,000 steps of divine energy. At that time, Lin Ling could only use a powerful move to resist. But now, the divine energy had exceeded 18,000 steps of divine energy. The Sacred Generation Primogenitor is so much stronger than a year ago. The radiant golden dragon said in shock. This also meant that even if Lin Ling used a powerful move, he might not be able to block the Sacred Generation Primogenitor's brush. The Sacred Generation Primogenitor was indeed the brush god. This is the 4 saint brushes, left behind by the chrysanthemum, orchid, bamboo and lotus saints. These 4 saints were extremely famous during the era of gods. The Sacred Generation Primogenitor's voice floated out, bringing with it the might of a saint. His words also caused the radiant golden dragon and the others' expressions to change again. They saw that the Sacred Generation Primogenitor's green bamboo brush had actually appeared in the Sacred Generation Primogenitor's green bamboo brush. Not only that, this brush also has the power of the steps of God. But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke faintly and began the 3rd stage of talent fusion. What? Hearing this, the radiant golden dragon and the others were shocked again. 20,000 steps of divine energy was one thing, but it also had the steps of God. One must know that this kind of power was even stronger than divine energy. During the era of gods, many gods did not have this kind of power. It's over Lin Ling's strongest strike. I'm afraid we won't be able to block it. Xiao Er immediately cried out. Of course, Lin Ling, let me break that move of yours. The Sacred Generation Primogenitor said confidently. He was very clear that Lin Ling could only make him afraid of that strike. If not, Lin Ling would only be so weak. Against you, I don't need that move. At this time, Lin Ling finally moved, and the tyrannical song in his hand fiercely slashed out. At the same time, the gray robe also appeared. Hee hee, you're courting death. Seeing this, the Sacred Generation Primogenitor sneered. Can't you see that the steps of God of my 4 saint brushes is the power of sealing? Moreover, it seals the power of the physical body. Your physical body is very strong, but without it, your strength will be reduced by half. You're not the only one who knows how to seal. At this time, Lin Ling activated the steps of wisdom, Cardinal Great Brahma punishment art. In an instant, all the sealing power on Lin Ling's body disappeared, and instead, the 4 saint brushes were sealed. How is this possible? During the battle on the sacred mountain, Lin Ling did not use the steps of wisdom, so the sacred generation primogenitor's estimation was wrong. Moreover, compared to the steps of God brought by the 4 saint brushes, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom was much more terrifying. This was because Lin Ling's soul power had reached 120,000 steps. I still have 20,000 divine power. This is not something you can block. The sacred generation primogenitor roared again. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the blood sea/ arrived, and the swastika that was mixed with countless stars was cut in half. You've broken through. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor sensed something and roared loudly. Lin Ling's 3rd stage fusion was already terrifying, and now that he had broken through, how could the sacred generation primogenitor block this? A year ago, when Lin Ling was an early stage lower god, he was already stronger than the sacred generation primogenitor. Now that his realm had increased, even if the sacred generation primogenitor had obtained a treasure, he could not block Lin Ling's sword. This was because Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and after breaking through, his basic divine power had reached 10,000 strands. As for the 3rd stage fusion, his divine power had reached 30,000 strands. Chapter 4437. After all, Lin Ling alone was comparable to the attack of 7 mid-stage lower gods. The only regret was that this breakthrough did not increase his physical strength. After all, a breakthrough in cultivation realm would increase his divine energy and divine energy. I don't know how much you have improved in the celestial mountain, but compared to me, you are still too weak. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and slashed out again. The power of the steps of slaughter merged into it. The saint progenitor blocked the attack with his sword. Kacha. However, the 4 saints' divine brush was also cut in half. Impossible. Looking at the 4 saints' divine brush that was cut in half, the saint progenitor's eyes trembled. This was a treasure from the era of gods. It is a waste for such a treasure to fall into your hands. Lin Ling did not waste any time, and slashed at the saint progenitor. The terrifying murderous aura caused the latter to tremble. A year ago, Lin Ling displayed his prowess in the celestial mountain. Other than the gods closest to the celestial mountain, no one was his match. A year later, everyone entered the celestial mountain, and their strength increased greatly. Lin Ling disappeared, but when he reappeared, his strength had more than doubled. The funny thing was that the saint progenitor thought that he had surpassed Lin Ling. Wait, I am from the White Mountain. With his life at stake, the saint progenitor could not care less. White Mountain. Lin Ling's sword stopped. He knew that after the investiture of the gods, some hidden sects in the void of the 9 continents began to surface, such as the Dragon Race and the Immortal Spirit Nation. However, this was the first time he heard of White Mountain. White Mountain is from the Chaos Realm. The saint progenitor shouted again. When he saw Lin Ling frowning, he explained, the Chaos Realm is not a realm, but an era. As for White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart all came from burning. Before he could finish, his body suddenly trembled. His face twisted as he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge white character was pressing down. The divine aura was mixed with terrifying pressure, as if it could kill all gods. Then, under Lin Ling's gaze, the primogenitor was crushed into powder. Then, everything disappeared as if it had never appeared. Even the sacred generation primogenitor's body and soul were nowhere to be seen. Fuck. The radiant golden dragon, and the others were dumbstruck. Even though they weren't that far away from the sacred generation primogenitor, they weren't affected in the slightest. What kind of power was this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in shock, thinking that it was Lin Ling who made a move. It's not me. Someone is trying to silence me. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the sky. Bai Shan. The primal chaos realm, an era. What did this mean? In order to hide such a secret, he actually killed someone to silence them? It wasn't you. The radiant golden dragon, and the others were shocked once again. They suddenly felt the pressure increase. This hidden expert might not be too terrifying. If he came to kill them, they would all die. Don't worry. That person isn't here. I think it's not a person, but a kind of will, a kind of void energy. As if he had guessed the radiant golden dragon and the others' fear, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's good. The radiant golden dragon and the others stood up, relieved. Then, they looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions became interesting again. Lin Ling, you actually broke through. You're sick. Not long ago, your strength was on par with mine. Now you're one of the 4 great gods. I haven't even surpassed you, but your strength has increased again. Comparisons are odious, Xiao Er and the others said helplessly. Even the giant shadow, a god from the era of gods, was speechless at this moment. He suspected that Lin Ling was a god from the era of gods. After all, they all knew that after becoming a god, it was the hardest to increase one's realm. Some people couldn't cross it in their entire lives. For example, the giant shadow was a late-stage lower god in the era of gods. However, he couldn't cross that barrier even until his death. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then he asked, where is this place? What's so special about the annex? We don't know either. However, speaking of the annex, there's a huge ancient tablet in the east. It's so tall that it reaches the clouds. There are 2 big words on it. East Memorial. The radiant golden dragon said immediately. East Memorial. Lin Ling recalled for a moment and smiled. According to the map left by Saint Guy, the treasure that Lin Ling needed was in West Memorial. This meant that if he followed the other direction of the ancient tablet, he would be able to reach West Memorial. Right, what's in East Memorial? Then Lin Ling asked again. Have you seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall? There's nothing in East Memorial. Although there are a few cave dwellings, most of them are abandoned. Other than the bones on the ground, there are only bones. Luoshan said immediately. I haven't seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall. Instead, I saw Eugene and the others. They are also in East Memorial. However, Eugene and Titanic Crescent God have separated. It seems that Titanic Crescent God and the others have gone to other places. Xiao Er said. Lin Ling nodded and picked up the treasures on the ground. Although he gave them to the radiant golden dragon and the others, including the One Dao cauldron, he still didn't give them to them. That's not good. The radiant golden dragon immediately waved his hand. You saved us. These treasures should belong to you. We all know this. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. No amount of treasures would be of any use. Although we once had a grudge, we can be considered to have walked through 72 caves together. Therefore, you can take it. Otherwise, you won't treat us as friends. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Er and the others were a little embarrassed. In the past, they hated Lin Ling to death. However, after interacting with him, they felt that Lin Ling wasn't difficult to interact with. As long as you didn't provoke him, he was still very easy to talk to. Alright, I recognize you as a friend. The radiant golden dragon immediately laughed. He was the same. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before, but his face was full of disdain. He also wanted to defeat Lin Ling. However, after interacting with him, this thought disappeared. Firstly, Lin Ling was a good person. Secondly, he couldn't beat Lin Ling. Where are you going next? Luoshan asked. West Memorial. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. This was because the graveyard of the gods was very dangerous. It was good to have a few more helpers. His purpose in going to West Memorial, other than obtaining the sword demon's head, was to find the next host body of the world will. According to Saint Guiyi's records, the information about the host body of the world will was in West Memorial. Then everyone moved forward together. Lin Ling accompanied the girl from time to time. At the same time, he was thinking about the primal chaos realm. Where did this come from? Could it also belong to the spirit nation? Chapter 4438. And now, the secret of the Chaos Realm could not be exposed. Therefore, the primogenitor from before had become cannon fodder. Little White, don't run around. Uncle, let's stop and eat grilled fish. We've been walking for a long time. As the group walked, the girls spoke from time to time. At the mention of grilled fish, the white tiger that was running around also ran back. It looked at Lin Ling with its mouth wide open, saliva dripping from its mouth. This strange combination undoubtedly opened the eyes of the light golden dragon and the others. It was a miracle that such a guy could survive until now and enter the celestial mountain. You guys just ate grilled fish 2 hours ago. Lin Ling slapped his forehead helplessly. If he had known, he would not have grilled fish for them. They were already addicted to it. 2 hours ago? Why do I feel like it's been a few days? The girl was obviously pretending to be confused. Just like that, the group continued on their way. However, with the girl and the white tiger, the journey was not so boring. Of course, the graveyard of the gods was also very scary. Many times, Lin Ling sensed fatal danger, so he could only lead the group to take a detour in advance. This was because the divine beasts that appeared here were all very scary. Not only were they powerful, but they also had hidden moves that could kill gods in one blow. Just like the realm scorpion last time. Along the way, what surprised Lin Ling was that he did not meet anyone. The surroundings were desolate and very quiet. We're here. Not long after, a huge stone tablet finally appeared in front of them. It towered into the clouds, mottled and ancient, with the words West Memorial engraved on it. We're finally here. Lin Ling stopped and smiled. Memories appeared in his mind. Then he said to the group, "This way." In the map left behind by Saint Guy, many treasures in the graveyard of the gods were recorded. However, Lin Ling was now in West Memorial, so he knew that there was a good treasure not far from the ancient tablet. It was the divine bamboo spring. The divine bamboo spring could produce divine spring, so as long as it was not taken away by others, there must be a lot of divine spring after so many years. Lin Ling, is there any treasure? Looking at Lin Ling's expression, the radiant golden dragon was filled with anticipation. That's right, there should be a lot of divine springs. That's great. As long as I have this divine spring, my injuries will be mostly healed. Everyone was overjoyed and quickened their pace. Uncle, we've been walking for a long time. Sit down and eat grilled fish. An untimely voice drifted out from the girl's face mask. Roar. The white tiger also nodded. Scram. This time, everyone cursed at the same time. Damn it, it took her an hour to finish eating. Moreover, she had eaten for a full 6 hours. And this young girl still had the nerve to say that she had been gone for a long time. How much did she like to eat grilled fish? And that white tiger too. As the group rushed forward, they realized that the West Memorial Hall was completely different from the East Memorial Hall. The ground was filled with lonely tombstones. There were tattered flags and broken armors on the tombstones. The main reason was that there were too many tombstones. At a glance, there was no end to them. Is this a graveyard? What kind of people are buried here? Xiao Er frowned and said. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loss when he came to this chaotic graveyard. The deities of the past. Lin Ling also nodded. He knew that under these tombstones, there were countless powerful deities from ancient times. However, in the great battle with the world's will, they had all fallen. Even if they were deities, after they fell, they became a pile of yellow soil. Their former glory and glory had disappeared with the wind. No one could even remember anything about them, including their names. The great Tao is merciless. The light golden dragon sighed and said. He knew that if he fell one day, he would be like these deities. No one would remember him, as if he had never appeared in this world. Is this delicious? While everyone was sighing, the young girl rode on White Tiger and wanted to dig up a grave. Fuck Lin Ling, where did you get this little girl from? The huge shadow was tongue-tied. Come back quickly. Lin Ling was also speechless. He ran forward and came back with 2 little monsters. In order to prevent them from causing trouble, he carried one in each hand and ran forward. Uncle, we want to eat grilled fish. However, the young girl did not have the slightest awareness of self-reflection. We're here. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. There was a large hole in front of him that was half the size of a person and surrounded by lone graves. Such a large hole was very ordinary. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Even if they saw it, they would not think that there would be any treasures. In fact, the light golden dragon and the others were already looking at Lin Ling, their faces full of suspicion. It's here. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Wait, look. Suddenly, Xiao Er pointed to the ground and said. When everyone saw it, their faces changed instantly. Not good. This hole is probably filled with human-faced ghost crows. The light golden dragon immediately said. His words made Lin Ling frown and he asked, What's a human-faced ghost crow? Back in East Memorial, we encountered one. It's a terrifying ghost crow. Its strength surpasses that of most mid-level lesser gods. And it has the ability to attack using sound waves. It's very powerful. Our divine energy and other means of attack couldn't stand up to it. Back then, there was only one ghost crow. We only barely managed to drive it away after all of us joined hands. The light golden dragon stared at the ground and said, Looking at the footprints at the entrance, I'm afraid there are two of them. Look, those footprints are one big and one small. They are obviously different. Hearing that, Lin Ling quickly looked at the ground and discovered that there were indeed footprints on the ground. What was surprising was that these footprints looked like human footprints, but there were 6 fingers. It is said that human-faced ghost crows are born from the unyielding spirit of a god. They are very difficult to deal with. Now that there are 2 human-faced ghost crows in this hole, and it is underground, I'm afraid the divine spring here will not be easy to get. Luotian said, How about this? All of you stay outside the hole, and I will go in to check it out. Lin Ling said after pondering for a moment. After all, the human-faced ghost crows were not gods. Having more people might not be of help, but would instead become a burden. Lin Ling would be more at ease if he was alone. If something went wrong, he could escape unscathed. That won't do. How can we let you take the risk alone? Everyone immediately refused. I am going to steal the divine spring. It would be best if I can steal the divine spring without alerting the ghost crows. Even if I am discovered, the more people there are, the slower I will escape. Lin Ling said. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Lin Ling also entered the hole. As soon as he entered, a fishy smell wafted over. It was as if the human-faced ghost crows liked to eat rotten meat. However, Lin Ling also sensed a dense spiritual energy quietly permeating the air. Chapter 4439. Now, Lin Ling didn't know if it was because of the increase in his strength, or the ease with which he used the tyrannical song sword. But every time he used the blood sea, the effect of killing everything was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although Lin Ling had killed Emperor God Golden Python and the others, he wasn't affected by the tyrannical song sword, and the blood sea didn't fade away. Luotian and the others have encountered these human-faced ghost crows before. Even if they worked together, they could only chase them away. This means that these beasts are very strong. Now that there are 2 of them here, I have to be careful. The cave went all the way down. Not long after, a huge cave appeared. This cave was very big, with a radius of 100 miles, and it was pitch black. However, this kind of darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. With a glance, he saw a large number of holy springs on the ground. Upon closer inspection, there were probably close to 1,000 of them. Although these holy springs weren't as many as the ones he saw when he broke through not long ago, it was still a huge sum. Then, Lin Ling immediately wanted to collect the holy springs. However, he stopped because he didn't see the 2 human-faced ghost crows. In order to avoid being attacked, he decided to find the human-faced ghost crows first. However, as he continued to move forward, it was still quiet. I heard from the radiant golden dragon that these human-faced ghost crows are the most violent. Are they still violent now? Or did they not notice me? Lin Ling was puzzled and continued to move forward. However, it was still quiet. This made Lin Ling almost want to go back and collect the holy springs. However, at this time, a strange sound was heard. Then, Lin Ling saw a large human-faced black shadows in front of him. Lin Ling furiously. Upon closer inspection, they pointed their wings at Lin Ling, human-faced ghost as if they were 2 old men cursing Lin Ling. The 3 human-faced ghost crows were entangled together out of their crotches and making some sounds of joy. My ass. It was a joyful sound. Slashed out again. What are they doing? Cutting off the strange object of one of the human-faced ghost crows. He knew what they were doing. It turned out that they were doing something let out an angry cry. Moreover, and actually pounced he didn't know whether the 3 human-faced ghost crows were male or female. That it actually reached the 3 of them were actually doing it together in a breath. As expected of evil, was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. This was also an opportunity for Lin Ling. Was the same as the White Tiger. Song sword if Lin Ling had not broken through, the 3rd stage of talent with his 3rd stage he slashed out fiercely. He would not have been able to dodge it. I'll take your life. Lin Ling's speed after breaking through was 400,000 ghost crows were crying out happily with 3rd stage talent. With each other. It was 500,000 worlds. Blood-Sea's sword came slashing over with a sharp edge. At the same time, the human-faced ghost crow in the middle was immediately split into 20,000 units of divine power. Lin Ling was also overjoyed. No wonder the light golden dragon, the pressure he faced was also reduced by a bit. This human-faced ghost crow's attack was already comparable to a Saint generation primogenitors. Die for me. After dodging, Lin Ling immediately slashed out. However, at that moment, a sound wave came from behind, causing Lin Ling to feel dizzy. Illusions also appeared in his eyes. It was actually a large number of strange human-faced ghost crows. Moreover, they were riding each other and doing some indecent actions. Seduction. But why were there not humans but human-faced ghost crows? Could it be that the human-faced ghost crows thought that these illusions could attract Lin Ling? Die. Lin Ling was not affected at all. Moreover, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. The human-faced ghost crow in front of him could not react in time, and was struck. However, its feathers were incomparably tough. When the tyrant song sword landed on it, it only produced a few golden stars. It was unable to cut through at all. And the human-faced ghost crow slowly turned around. Its ugly head revealed a smiling face. It was clearly mocking Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying, "With your strength, you can't hurt me at all. Xiao." But at this moment, Lin Ling's hand sword ruthlessly stabbed in. I don't believe that your place is also so tough. The human-faced ghost crow was still laughing. However, it quickly lowered its head and discovered that the place where Lin Ling had cut off before was now pierced by a sword. And between its legs, there were not many tough feathers. Of course, it did not expect that Lin Ling would attack it here. Gua. It let out a sound of disbelief. Whoosh. Lin Ling's sword twisted and crushed it from within its body. The pitch-black feathers scattered all over the ground. It looked like an extremely extraordinary treasure. Of course, Lin Ling found it dirty, and did not want it in the end. Gua. At this moment, the last human-faced ghost crow's attack arrived. Moreover, it saw that its 2 companions were dead, so it was enraged. Then an extremely terrifying sound wave attack arrived. In Lin Ling's eyes, countless rays of light appeared. The entire world seemed to have disappeared, and only countless shooting stars could be seen. These shooting stars had a mystical trajectory, as if they were traversing through the river of time and space. Lin Ling was stunned, and when Lin Ling looked carefully, he realized that the shooting stars were actually human-faced ghost crows. Their flight had a mysterious melody that made one's eyes dazzle and lose themselves in it. Speed, speed, the speed of light of the great Tao. A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. However, he also knew that he could not lose himself in this speed. Otherwise, he would be killed by the last human-faced ghost crow. Step of wisdom. Lin Ling roared and his soul force exploded, shattering the meteors like they were made of glass. As soon as the illusion disappeared, Lin Ling looked up and immediately saw a human-faced ghost crow standing in front of him. It was looking down at him proudly, and its two claws were already in a slashing position. Obviously, it also knew that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt it at all. The death of its companions was just an accident. And now, this human had nowhere to run. He was dead for sure. Sky-splitting slash. At this critical moment, Lin Ling used his trump card. Panga had arrived. He raised his palm high, as if he was going to split the sky and the earth. His seemingly slow movement was accompanied by the most ancient melody. It locked onto the human-faced ghost crow, causing all of its feathers to stand up. How would it dare to attack Lin Ling? It could not wait to escape. However, Sky-splitting slash had already locked onto it, so it could not escape. Rumble, you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.